Okay. After much travail and confusion, it might actually be working. I need to go and double check. Oh, I don't need to know that Rycord is live. Now live. Okay. See if that's actually true. Okay, it appears to be true. Good. So I had tremendous problems getting online here. YouTube has changed things and completely, well, shall we say, butchered a good setup system. Chat. Okay, now I had a problem with this before, didn't I? I had a problem with YouTube chat in that I can see things, but I can't reply to them. This is YouTube is really kind of primitive by comparison to Twitch. I think I've said that before, but it's true, and it's kind of annoying. It makes me wonder why I'm not streaming all this stuff on Twitch instead of YouTube, but I'm streaming it on YouTube because there's a bigger audience and it's discoverable, and I'm doing my font stuff on my YouTube channel. Yeah. Okay. I am going to double check something here just to make sure. I'm going to shrink the OBS window. And I could actually use a fourth monitor. This is frightening. I will move that behind there because I don't actually need to adjust it very often. We will try opening up chat on my channel with okay. Does that? No. It should be live, and I saw it live, but it says on my stream it's live. It says on my phone it's live, but when I go on the website, I don't see anything. Pop out chat. That's what I wanted. Okay, it tests. Put that down here. Oh, hello. I hope I'm saying this right. Mujtaba al-Mushari. Hello, how you doing? I am suffering setup pains here. I tried to start this YouTube stream probably 15 times and couldn't get it working. And now when I check on my browser, it doesn't look like it's working, but when I look on my phone, it is working. So if you can, let me know if you can see me on camera. Because I can't tell. I'm used to streaming on Twitch, and Twitch has a much more evolved system. This YouTube system is kind of meh. I'm sure they'll work on it. Hello, Mr. Something as well. Can you see me on camera? Can you see stuff happening? Or are you just in the chat waiting? Because when I went on my phone, it shows me talking. But when I go on my browser, it says waiting. Okay, good. So I am live, and it's just YouTube not agreeing with OBS and vice versa. Hey, hello, Jeb. How you doing? Hello to all of you. Again, I wish I had tools that told me. Have that here? No. What I wanted to see was Okay, there. I can leave that like that. It's not making any sound. There's 5 people out there. That's what I want to know. Okay, so I am back on Zenati here. Um, the purpose was to take the uh, original blocky font that I produced and basically try and rip off Bodoni a little bit for style, because this is considered to be one of the classic fonts uh, for English, for Latin, and its style is very distinctive. And I want to try and extract some elements from that and shape the way this looks here, because the original design that I made was, oh, the sound is a bit quiet. Okay, just a second here. That I can adjust. I guess I've got to adjust it here. If I crank that up to, say, 85 like that, how's that sound? Does that sound better? I can also swallow the mic a little bit more. And of course, I don't have any background sound. Like on Twitch, I would normally have music running in the background and stuff. I don't have all that set up here. I probably should. I should set up a VLC playlist of some Harris Heller music or something in the background just to fill in the spaces. Um, the original design that I did for this was deliberately very blocky and simple. I don't have that loaded here. I could load the original as well. Just a sec. File. Open. Recent is probably better. Zenati regular 2.2 VFC. Okay, so if you look at the preview version here, this is slightly stylized. I mean, I have curves in there, and otherwise it's very deliberately blocky. The little hook on the Z, the first letter there, is a little stylized in shape and stuff like that. But it's very deliberately blocky and simplistic, because I wanted to try and make sure that the glyphs themselves were distinctive enough, uh, and that I hadn't made them distinctive enough on their own. I hadn't made them more distinctive by adding more style elements and stuff into them there, which is what I'm proposing to do now. But I want people to look at this version here and say, yeah, I can tell the letters apart. I like the way it looks, or I don't like the way it looks. I mean, I'm waiting for feedback. Or, this looks too much like X or too much like Y or something like that, whether that's an overall opinion or individual glyphs. I'm waiting to get feedback from somebody who is a speaker of one of the Zenati Berber languages, first off, and can tell me if there if there actually is a demand for this. I don't know. I mean, Mehdi, Mehdi. I keep putting too much on there. Mehdi, the person who contacted me on Reddit and said, "Hey, would you want to try this?" They said that there was sort of a sort of movement to come up with a writing system, and that's cool. If that's true, then here's my candidate, and they can go up against the other options that people come up with. But it didn't matter to me. To me, it was like, oh, hey, here's a cool project I can work on, and that gives me some direction. And I fully expect to have to, make changes to things and things like that based on feedback. But I'd like to get the feedback, and I'm still waiting on that. However, I like this. Okay, I got to keep up with chat on Twitch. I normally have it making a sound, and I have text to speech and everything, and I don't have any of that stuff yet on YouTube. I will get that figured out if it's possible, but I don't have it yet. Okay, good. The sound is good. How do you come up with the shapes you make for the letters? I feel it's hard enough to learn a new language, let alone make a new written language. Um, okay, I will answer Mujtaba first. The first 2 letters are attached and the last two letters are attached. When you... No, I did not ask that to pop up. Go away. This is the symbol for S, and with the mark below it, it is a symbol for Z. So that's sort of a featural thing to indicate that the consonant is voiced. That way I can keep down the number of glyphs that people need to learn. Then I have attached vowels to them by just having them overlap the previous consonant. And the vowels all have this descender here to make it clear where they are. So this actually says Zenati, Zenati. I wanted to try and make it easier to remember, and I thought that if I attached the vowels to the consonants that precede them, that would help. Now, the original writing system that Zenati Berbers had 1,000 years ago, or however long ago, was an abjad. It was like Arabic when written without the vowels. So I had to create vowels. There were no original symbols that I could draw on to do that. So my vowels are A. Well, that's not quite displaying right. Just a sec here. There. I had to compile it. A, E, I, O, U. Each of them slightly distinctive. I mean, I didn't think of it this way, but the middle one here being an I is a very front vowel. That makes it a mid vowel, mid front, central vowel, and then the ones with rounding actually have a round to their shape. And without even thinking about it, the U actually looks like an upside down U, which I didn't think about, and maybe I want to change. So whenever you type T, A, it attaches the vowel. When you start with, when you type, say, A on its own, it doesn't have a connection to anything. When you type AT, it doesn't, because the T is not suited to that. It has a gap there. Let's try AB. There. It will attach to those consonants that it can, A, B, I, and then attach a vowel on the other side. People learn to read symbol by symbol, but when they get comfortable reading, they actually get a lot of their reading speed from recognizing shapes. So I thought putting syllables together, I might be wrong, but I thought putting syllables together would make it actually easier to learn the whole process. You're still learning individual letters, but when you see BI like that, you will quickly go, oh, that's B. I know that's B, and that's I, and away we go. It resembles the Ge'ez script from Ethiopia in its attachment of nouns to consonants. Oh, you meant vowels to consonants. Yes. Yeah, there's commonalities in all these different designs, and I remember looking at Ge'ez, but I don't know if you say Ge'ez or Ge'ez. I can't read it. I don't know really anything that much about it. I've looked at lots of writing systems. What I wanted to do, first and foremost, was derive shapes from the original Libico Berber writing system, so that the shapes that are there are at least inspired by something from the culture of the people that speak those languages, right? It's something historical. You can write all of the Zenati languages using Arabic or using a modified form of Latin, apparently. But to me, well, nothing wrong with Arabic. I think Arabic is a gloriously beautiful language, but it wasn't designed to write the Zenati languages. So I don't know if that causes problems, but presumably it might be a little awkward because it's not designed to work the same way. I don't know. Um, as for using a version of the Latin alphabet, to me, that if I was a Berber living in Algeria or somewhere like that, having to use the Latin alphabet would have a whole sort of colonial overlords overtone that I wouldn't like, right? I mean, the French conquered major portions of North Africa, and I think I would be frustrated with that. Algeria is an independent nation, as far as I know now, although it's still very closely related to France. I would want to have something from my own culture, I think. Now, I can't speak for people who are the Zenati Berber speakers. I don't know. Haven't got the feedback yet. Want that. Um, but I wanted to derive stuff from those shapes. And I don't know if I have any of that hooked up here or not. I don't. I should and I don't. Just a second. Let me go find those. 3 monitors, and it's still not enough monitors. We'll go over here and go to, where is it? Wrong spot. Desktop. Desktop. Labiko Berber. Let us bring up this one here. And if I switch back to full, there. The stuff on the right-hand side of each column here is Tifinagh, which is used to write Western Berber languages, but apparently does not work all that well for the Eastern Berber languages. And I'm not aware of what the differences are. I'd have to go look up the phonology and see what they are. The stuff on the left are the original Numidic Desert or Labiko Berber symbols that were used a long time ago. So this is one of the sources that I've used for shapes. Others here. Here's another chart. So I took some shapes from there. Then Ancient Berber, took some shapes from there, but some of these aren't all that well suited to trying to do what I was doing. Okay. Do you still have audio? Hopefully you do. Yes, you do. Good. So come on, which one do we want here? There. So I tried to derive shapes from those shapes, but I did have to change the facing on some of them, and I have made changes to it and everything else. So the best I can say is it's inspired by, and that's it. Now, Jeb asked a thing here. How do you come up with these shapes you make for the letters? That's part of it. That's how I did it. I went to look for historical things in this case. When it comes to writing systems I've created for myself, then what I end up doing is thinking about shapes. I go and look for a lot of other writing systems that have occurred, and and try and find a sort of a shape or a look or an art style that I like, and then figure out how I'm going to build a writing system from that. One of the ones I built, I started off with a 5x5 grid in graph paper and started drawing shapes from that. Let's see if I can load that up just so you can see what came up. Open, not recent, so open installed fonts. This will take a while. because this is all the fonts, not just the ones I've produced. And I have a lot of fonts on my system. Here. So this is also an outline font, which makes it look a little fancier than it is. On its own, it's a little plain. But I built this. I'll have to compile it, I guess. Still not sure that's working right. No, it's not working right. ABI. Oh no, it is. It's not quite working right. I need to fix some things in here. But this started off as basically if you look at the interior shape here, a 5x5 grid. If you looked at each square as being 4 of the squares on my screen here, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I started pulling shapes from that 5x5 grid with the assumption that the negative space would be the same size. So everything would be equal in size around like that. That means that you got a lot of variety in shapes. And the end result actually kind of looks very much like it was derived from the Devanagari in India. Like this fancier shape here, which is just a J on its own. Does it show up on here if I type J? It does here if we go to preview. So the idea here is, again, I've done featural things. I made it an outline font because I wanted to try doing that. This was an exercise to see what is involved in doing it. It's a lot of work to build the negative of the shape as a block. This here is what I have for the letter J. It's featural because if it has that curl on the top, has the curl on the top here, that means it's voiced. If it has this sort of plant-like thing on the bottom, it means it doesn't have a vowel. So if this font is working right, and I do have to reset some things up, if I type an E after it, it will replace that with the symbol for E. If I put an O, it will give you the O. If I do a U, it will give you the U, which is the reverse of it. A, and it'll do that. So the end result is kind of like a syllabary without actually being a syllabary. Like what I built works like a syllabary. And there are sorts of, here, I just noticed that there, A-E. You can add diphthongs and things like that in here too. I've got a pile of those defined. So when you go back here, you can see I have just a ton of glyphs defined. And then down here at the bottom are all the initial diphthongs. And the thing is, I didn't actually have a language for this in mind. I kind of built it as an experiment to see what would happen and what I could do. And I like the look of it, so I built quite a bit of it. But I didn't quite have a conlang in mind when I built it. So we will close JISL and Jerbesh and go back to Zenati Stylized. So this has proven harder than I thought it would be to like it's taken a lot of tweaking to make it look even vaguely the way I want it to look. So if I go back to Bodoni, you'll notice that Bodoni has these it says it at the bottom there. Lowercase letters have flat, thin, horizontal serifs. And the same thing, if you look at the top at the N, it has that. I don't really want these to be viewed as serifs, but I kind of want to do the same thing with them. So I added a curve on there and in here, and I don't know if I've done it on D. No, I haven't. So I need to replace that part there with the same part that I had on T, so it's the same shape. And then I need to look at, well, actually, let's do that while I'm sitting here nattering. Copy. Open up D. How are we going to do that? Can't select all anymore. You used to be able to just there. Okay, delete, paste. I want to look at this hook too because it's not quite right. I did narrow it down and things like that, but it's not looking right to me. Oh, and this needs to be moved over one. I don't know why it pasted it like that. I'll have to check the T now. No, the T's lined up right with 2 spaces there to the right side bearing, 2 spaces to the right side bearing. Yep. So I kind of want to replicate the changes that I've made to a few glyphs here to tie it all together a little bit more, but it's hard. I mean, I'm getting tremendous respect for the people that design current world, real world fonts. I haven't tried that. I should probably try that. I should build a font for the Latin alphabet or something like that, but I haven't done it yet. I want the end result to look more like Bedoni, but I'm not sure quite what I need to do. I mean, I could be adding serifs onto the ends of these. I really do need to figure out what I'm going to do with the hook there. I've gotten this design in here so that I like it. It looks a bit better. But on this one here, it looks terrible. So what I'm going to do is take this version here and butcher it and make this. Yeah, I've got it here without the hook on it. If we take that, copy, and go to F, and paste, and then move it out of the way, I can sort of compare the two. And we're going to have to do some cutting. See, that just looks horrendous. This looks a bit better. I'm not entirely happy with it, but cut, 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 cut. Now, that should continue to here. That should continue to there. But I want to keep the curve consistent without moving the line too. Oh, I've never looked at Bosnian Arabic. I didn't even know there was Bosnian Arabic. Okay. The vowels in the Ashwadi script are entirely my own invention. If I will have to look at Bosnian for or Arabic for Bosnian now, but I didn't realize that that was the thing. I mean, that makes sense given that it's a different style of language, and yet the whole area was uh, uh, dominated by Turkey for ages, right? A huge Muslim population there. That makes perfect sense. But I didn't know that was a thing. So thank you. Draw from here to here to about there. Then draw one more from there to there, but we want to make it a curve. And we're going to zoom in a lot. Zoom in and try and make that match up with this curve. Actually, that's not that bad, is it? No. So if I, oh dear, I select that, fix the problem first. There, that's at least lined up. We take that and that to that and copy. Come down here. Oh, we're going to have to zoom out, way out. Paste. I can now drag that down there. Tools, transform the vertical. Get rid of that line. And paste that in there. Yes. And then we are slightly off. We want to move that up. No, we don't. We want to move those up. And then back off. Back off. Come over here. Contour. And there. Okay. That is a bit better. I think it's wider, which is part of it. Just see. Yeah, it's wider. Okay, we'll get rid of this. Take this and drag her over to the 0 line. And that is that was adjusted. Weird. Maybe my font software is smarter than I thought it was. Okay, so we're going to take that, copy it, come down here. Get rid of that. No. Here. Do it that way. Goodbye. Control V. Select this. And don't know if I've got a standard for that position. That's another thing I'm supposed to be doing, is using anchors. And I will be putting that in there. I will look that up. Try and spell it correctly. Will help the problem. Yes, I will definitely look at that. Ashwadi came from the shapes of Kufic Arabic. I found some examples of Kufic Arabic that I think are, while I admire the Arabic writing system entirely, everything I've seen of it, I really liked Kufic. I like, what's it called? Nostalgic? I can't remember. And some others examples that I've seen, but I really like Kufic. So I don't speak or read in Arabic. So I looked at examples of written Kufic and started pulling shapes from it. And that's what I made Ashwadi from, was from the shapes. But the original version of Ashwadi was therefore very Arabic looking, but written from left to right, and it looked like Arabic. And I think it was giving people who could read Arabic a little bit of dyslexia going, that's all wrong. So I decided I would try and pull it farther away from its origins by just going and adding different things in. I put in lots of swooping lines and sharp changes and stuff like that, added a pile of other things in there and adjusted some of the elements so that they, to me, to my untutored eye anyway, did not look really as much like Arabic. And that was all done um, deliberately to pull it away from that because I thought it was a little too close. Now, I'm not doing this with any system, unfortunately, and I really need to try and look at it as a whole and figure out what needs to be done a bit more systematically, perhaps. Um, so if I go back to Zenati regular, the R character is this rectangle. The P, the P is this rectangle with a center to it. The B has the voiced hook on the bottom there. Again, simplifying things for the sake of making it easier to learn, I hope. Like if you look here, the F looks like that. The V has a hook because it's voiced. The same thing is true with S and Z. J, and I think there's a T somewhere. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, voiced ones have, well, T and D, and then T dot has a dot over top of it. D dot has a dot over top of it. Those are in the Latin romanization of these languages. They put a dot over top for when a consonant is followed by a I think it's a velar or uvular fricative. It's not a sound I can produce very well. I'm sure it's probably a native part of many dialects of Arabic, but in the Berber languages, you have like T with the, like, I think ta, maybe ta. I haven't listened to enough of it yet to really get a feel for what it is, and I've read up on the phonology, but that doesn't mean that it really clicks in the brain. Anyway, they have those consonants. So in the Latin version, it has a dot below it. You have a T with a dot below it, I believe. So what I did was put it's a diamond shape, but it might as well be a dot. It'll be a dot in the revised version here, a circle, over top instead of below, but on those symbols. And when you go to type them in, you just type in T period and you get the T with the dot. So if I go over to preview here, and I hope that this works when I go to do it. There. Or D with a dot. And I hope that by just making that velar or pharyngeal fricative basically a diacritic, that works for speakers of any of the Zenati languages, Rif and Shawiya and a couple of others that I can't actually pronounce the name of. Because from every instance I could see in the phonology, that sound occurs attached to a preceding consonant. It doesn't look like it comes on its own, although I have put a symbol for it on its own. So to me, that would be simplifying the way things work again. And I think that if you're going to introduce a new writing system to people, it has to be as simple as possible, or they have to be very, very motivated to write it. And I think this looks pretty distinctive. So if we go back to preview, boom. That should be, no, that isn't quite it. That should be, I think, Shitawish, which is what Shawiya speakers call Shawiya. The Shawiya name, while pretty popular, and what you see on Wikipedia and things like that, is actually a French version of it, I think. So that should be it there, but I'm again waiting for feedback. So, what have I missed in chat? Oh, nothing. Okay. Thank you, by the way. There's now 4 of you, so somebody left, but thank you very much for dropping by, all you folks. I I had a terrible time getting the stream started on YouTube. YouTube did not want to play today, and I have no idea why, but I spent like an hour and a half just trying to start this up, and it was getting kind of frustrating, actually. So if I'm going to be methodical here, I'm going to take this, not that one, we're on the stylized one. I'm going to take that shape there and go down here and make sure that it is what is used in T dot and D dot. D dot, we want to get rid of that shape there. Boom, paste. And for some other reason, move it aside. And then we want to go to T dot, or I could just drag to get rid of it and paste it, and it's moved this again. This program is doing some strange things for me. About there. So I don't know why it's moving elements, but I know that I'm doing the elements incorrectly, so to speak. I should be setting it up with anchors, and I will get it set up with anchors at some point here. And then I can write a script to generate all of the glyphs. I don't know if you know how that works, but let's say I will just take this here, copy it, and go make a glyph that I'm going to get rid of. So I'll use this one here, which oh no, I can't delete it that way without glyph, decompose. Oh, gone. Control V. So instead of having this shape up here at the top and this hook at the bottom, you can't see that very well. There. Instead of having those, what I should have is a top and bottom anchor. That one should actually be moved over to be centered more. A top and bottom anchor. And these shapes would be defined elsewhere. And when I want to update the script, I would run a script inside of my program, which would say, oh, create T dot here by taking the T and the dot and combining them to make a glyph. And it would create a new glyph, put the T in place, look for where the anchor was, look for the matching element that I've specified, and make sure the anchor overlaps. So I don't know if I remember how to add an anchor there. Okay. So that is an anchor labeled top. And I could put it, I could put it right there. And then I would copy that shape and I would go and glyph, font, new glyph. We will name it dot diacritic. Probably not the right way to do it, but that's okay. Create. And somewhere in my list of glyphs, there should be something named dot diacritic. Unless it failed. Oh, there it is. Paste. So now that brought the anchor with it. What we're going to do is rename the anchor to be underscore top. And what that should do is when I go to generate the glyphs for this font, if I was remaking it or something like that, I will have a script I run that generates all of these ones at the bottom here and generates any of the ones that has a diacritic. And if it's one of the glyphs that has a dot over it there, it will, like this one here, it will take the D and combine it with the hook, which will have its own anchor and position. And this glyph here will have a bottom position. And it will take this shape here, or whatever is defined in that dot diacritic glyph that I made, and match the anchor to the anchor, the top anchor here. So the naming convention is the anchor is named top because it's the top. You can name it whatever you want. If it's named top, then a matching element that can be placed on that anchor has to have an underscore at the start. So in the dot diacritic there, the anchor I named underscore top. If I was building a diacritic that went at the bottom, I would name it underscore bottom or something like that. And the diacritic position here for the anchor would be named bottom. Now, I'm not actually going to use those anchors here. That's going to be a whole separate process. But it doesn't matter right now because I'm not generating these. I've actually named blank glyphs and then gone and copied the elements in there. But properly speaking, that's the way I'm supposed to do it. I'm supposed to, that way when I do it, if I was to change the dot diacritic to be a circle, I could just regenerate all these glyphs and it would automatically position a circle everywhere instead of the diamond shape. Right now, I'd have to go and cut and paste it. Doesn't really matter in the end. I thought originally that the way a font worked, I could define those bits and put those relationships in, and when you typed it, it would do it, but it's not. It's when you pre-generate all the glyphs for the font, and then when you save it, they're saved. But you can save yourself some work doing it that way, and I have to get in the habit of doing it, and I haven't been doing that in the past. I'm being a little lazy, perhaps. Oh, how many subs have you gained in the last 2 days? It feels like your channel has grown like 15 to 20%. More than that. If I bring that up here and go to my phone, just because I don't want to bring it up on screen all the time. I have gotten, well, maybe not that far off. In the last 28 days, they measure in 28 days for YouTube. I've gotten 71 subscribers, and I currently have 270 subscribers. So, yeah, 20% is pretty close. It's going to be something like that. It's been pretty substantial. What happened is I had the one video on Ashwati is just taken off. For whatever reason, the YouTube algorithm loves that video and loves to show it to people, and it got a lot of attention. I made the video on what if English lost its alphabet on Wednesday, and it's done really well for 2 days and then kind of been forgotten. But it's gotten me some views too, and lots of very nice things from people. Not so nice comments and stuff. It's got 11 of those subscribers, so that's cool. I got to keep making videos, but it's not that easy to make a YouTube video. Even a mediocre one is a lot of work. Um, I'm doing more talking than actually styling here. I should be doing the styling part, although it's kind of difficult to figure out exactly how to do it. When I look at this here, if I just drop a line in the center there, I think that's going to look very sort of Eye of Sauron and not like the original glyph. And what I want to do is affect this here. So I think I'm going to have to round everything here, and that's probably all I'm going to do. So we will do some rounding. Where is the knife? Knife. Boom. Boom. Not a lot of rounding. But yes, the channel is getting a lot more people and a lot more attention, and that is cool. I really appreciate that. I mean, I'm doing this stuff because it's fun and hopefully I can help people and all that. But it's nice to have a chance to actually reach people at the same time. I will try one line there, but I think that I might actually have to go further out than that. To curve. So just bring that to 3. 3. I'm going to end up doing the same thing in here. Oh, I'm kind of anal retentive here. Things have to line up on the grid or I'm upset with them. And the problem is that the cut and paste in this program is not perfect. Thankfully, you can move stuff with the arrow keys. So I think that's going to end up being 2 by 2, just to stay in balance with. So that'll be 5, 5. Balance with the curve that I'm going to put in here. Otherwise, it will look off balance. So all these now, then I'll try an inside curve. See how that looks. I've got these done. Nope. Very slow to make changes like this. Oh, the other thing you asked was, I think, how do I get the ideas and how do I build stuff? And what I neglected to say was lots of graph paper. I go through just reams, almost literally, of graph paper, drawing shapes. Sit and watch something on Netflix or whichever service, Amazon Prime, or Disney or something like that. And while I'm doing it, I sketch on graph paper to come up with shapes. And then when I have shapes that I like, I ink them in to see how they look when you back off from them a little bit, right? And then when I have enough of those, or I have a distinctive idea of how I'm going to do something, uh, then I go and turn it into a font. Do you think that you are styling the font correctly, or do you think that it has a ton of mistakes? Um, I don't think it has a ton of mistakes, but I'm waiting for feedback from people who can actually use it to write their language. That's part of it. Um, but every one of these fonts that I have built has been an iterative process. So I expect to have to make changes. Ashwadi has, I think, had 115 different versions of it. And that's not that there was anything wrong with the previous 115 versions. It was that I want to save my work as I'm working, so that happens. But I make one change in one spot, and then that makes me think about the same change in another spot so that it all looks more balanced. And then that inspires some other change. And in part, that's because I don't think I'm that good an artist. So I tend to try to come up with a style and adjust my font to suit that style very slowly to make sure I'm consistent. That's why I draw a lot to the grid too, um, even if I'm doing something fairly complex. So that's 3x3 and 3x3. So we're going to do the same thing down here. Then we have to do the inside bit. Do curve. This tool is for drawing Bezier lines, but it doesn't actually draw the Bezier lines until you select one and say to curve. It doesn't give you the handles for it. I don't know why that is. It used to just draw Bezier curves in the previous version. Okay, so now we reverse contour and back off. And what letter are we actually on there? P, right. So if I go to features, no, not features, preview, and type in PA, that's a little odd. BA. I must have adjusted the horizontal bit on the A a little bit there. Okay, I probably don't need to round the inside corners here because this is showing the font in like 500 point or something like that. When it's being drawn in a much smaller size, I don't know if it's going to matter as much. But now that I think about it, maybe I want to expand the interior a little bit. Let's take a look at E with an R after it. The sides of the R and like in the middle horizontally are a little wider, or a little narrower rather. If I go to the R, are they actually 3? No, they're 2.5. So if I come back here to P, zoom in a bit. You're not on the right screen. I wish it followed me. I don't know how it would do that, but I wish it would follow me when I'm doing stuff here. If I was to drag those out to 2.5, that would open up the interior a little bit. But would it be consistent with the other stuff that I've done here? If I go back to Bodoni, it has much greater interiors for things like that O there. and the outsides kind of flare out, and I'm not doing that. When I go to R here, I have a more steady curve, and this is actually a curve here rather than being a real sort of wider oval. I'm probably going to end up changing all of this again. The point is that is 2.5. If I zoom in, it is 2.5 in size, 2.5 grid squares. So if I go over here and I select this here, and we zoom in, and I move those lines over to the halfway mark, and the same with these here, 2.5. And then I go, okay, that's there, that's B. If I go back over to preview, B and B, a little wider, not quite like that. I don't want to make this shape here just like the R with a line in it, because in the original version here, those shapes are very blocky but distinctive. If I go back to preview here, very blocky, I agree. But the R, the third symbol over there, is easily noticeably different from the P and the B. If I go back to this here, that is still true, but it's not quite the style that I want either, and I don't know how I'm going to achieve that. Maybe changing the curves on here. I go back to here and bring you back here. If I was to make that, oh, while you're working, let me tell you about the genius vowels of Arabica. So U is a V with a mark on the top. O is U with the mark flipped, and A is the glottal stop. I is like Y, J, I presume, and E is, I think, original. It's funny how many writing systems where the E is very distinctive. I think I've noticed quite a few of them. That's very like if I'm not mistaken, when they were writing Arabic as an abjad, because you've only got the 3 vowels, they would use the Y for I and the W for U in some instances, right? And I think Hebrew did the same thing. Another triconsonant Semitic language that was an abjad. I think they did the same thing, kind of. And what Ashwadi is supposed to be is a triconsonant Semitic language, about which I know absolutely nothing. So I'm having a terrible time designing it. But what my thought was that I'm going to differentiate it from a 3 vowel system and make it a 5 vowel system. So I'm going to add in E and O, but the way the E is written is a modification of the I, and the way the O is written is a modification of the U, I think. Or no, sorry. Is that the way it worked? I'd have to go look now. But that was the idea, was that at some point it had only the 3 vowels, E, A, U, and it evolved to have 5 vowels, so the writing system changed. Now, I don't have the whole culture and everything else for the language yet. I've only got a couple hundred words, and the grammar is, well, the grammar is rather questionable. I've got to do a lot of work on that. So I'm going to pull that in there, and this down to there, maybe. then adjust the curves. So we'll bring that. That should actually be up 1. Bring that up 3. That over. Actually, that over like that. Maybe that down to there. That over to there. That's squarer. I actually think that might look better back there. This down to. This is a problem when you don't have it on the grid. That should be thinner. Maybe that be brought down to the same point there. That moved up. No. No, that back down there is not bad. What is wrong here? Maybe that is too sharp a turn there. And I should bring those up. That, even though it'll be a little blockier. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to pull those up there. And that is still at 1. Back. Make sure I'm on the right screen there. I am. Okay. So that's the same curve there. That one needs to go out. That. Well, that's rounding it out a little bit. So do the other side to match and see how it looks. Like moving stuff with the arrow keys a lot, even though it takes a little longer. Okay, that to there. This up to here. Down to here. Grab it. No, Control Z. To there. Over to here. That should be lined up there. For some other reason, this is cut and pasted off slightly. Only in one direction. Okay. That is not right there. That go up more to there. And that's what's wrong. What have we got up here? It is a 1. Just 5 squares. 5 squares. 5 squares. Too many squares. 5. So want to go back to preview, you can see that I've rounded that quite a bit. I don't know if I need to round the interior line here. I probably should for consistency's sake, but I don't think it's ever really going to be visible to a human being, except in very large. I guess, yeah, I got to do that because it could be displayed very large somewhere on a sign or something like that. So, no, that did not do what I wanted it to do. Knife. Cut. Why is it doing that? Cut. I'm not cutting the line. I should be cutting the point. Well, easy enough to draw another one. Oh, right. I had the wrong tool. That would do it. Getting really finicky here. Okay. No, I haven't. That was the thing I was thinking of doing, but I haven't found a good source on any of the languages. Control Z. What did that do? Oh, I see. I did that. Now we want to go back there. No, I haven't tried learning any of them. I haven't even found any good source transcriptions, so I could try writing stuff so that I could send it to people. I'm hoping to get feedback. That would help. Like I said, it's at the moment more of an intellectual exercise. If there actually is a need for this, and if people like this, and I mean that's a lot of ifs, then that's really cool. If not, I've made a neat script, and if nobody likes it, I'll use it for something else somewhere, right? Build a Conlang for it or something. At the moment, it is not up on my Patreon, so you can't download it because I'm still playing with it, and I know changes are going to happen. But I will be releasing it under the SIL open license, so anybody can take it and do stuff with it and use it freely and all that good stuff. Eventually, once I have a version 1 I'm happy with, and that has not closed somewhere. I think up here. What is happening there? Is a tool for this. Maybe I can just use that, see if it'll do it. Contour. Going there. Okay. So there was somewhere in there that the connections weren't made right. It was the correct direction and everything. And when you look on preview, you can see it okay now. But before it was just a shadow of it because somehow all of these lines weren't connected somewhere, and it's really hard to see where those breaks happen. Okay, that is also inconsistent here. That's 7 to there. Is not 7 here. This is back out a bit. 1 and 3. 1 and 3. They are not the same width. No, I think that he's just curious as to where you learned about Arabica, because going by the name Mr. Something, you wouldn't assume that you spoke uh, any of that. That would be my assumption anyway. I think it's just an honest question. Text is not a very good means of communication a lot of the time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those should actually be on the line there. And then that will not look quite so out. And believe it or not, I could see that that line there was not curved right either. Need to zoom in more. That one is out by a hair. That one is out by a hair, which means that one is out by a hair. And those should both be 5. That one's off just a bit. That probably isn't visible to the human eye. But you never know. But this will be. It will look squarer than it should, blockier than it should. Those are both good. So you can't see what I was adjusting because I didn't go to the right screen. The bottom curves down here were not the same as the top curve. The width on the right side was not the same as it is on that side. They are now. So if I go back here and zoom out, that shape there is now closer to what it should be. I wouldn't say it's there. And I'm not sure why it's not there. I'm sure that'll come to me down the road. Okay, that is just doing something strange, period. Control copy, go back to here, go to B, and get rid of all of these. Control B, and then wish I knew why these were moving every time. Okay, now if you go back to there, the P and the B are a bit more consistent. Not necessarily right, but a bit more consistent. And from those, anything derived? I don't see anything. Okay, so those should be okay. Oh, right. I did fix those. And it still doesn't look right. Wonder why. Okay. So back to the inspiration here. When I look at these shapes here, you were seeing them, right? Yeah. The way the curves on the O flare out and the top and bottom lines are extremely thin and also extend a little bit below the baseline and a little bit above the X height. So I should go back to my R and consider widening it. Let's try that. Copy it, paste it, and drag the copy over to the side here. And I will work on that. So if I was to switch this to being too wide, and then move all of these over one, all of these. That makes it very blocky. What do I want to do to fix it? We want to go back to 3 wide. Which makes the interior very square. And look at how we're rounding these corners here. Out. One on either side. Move both of those in. One more. Don't want to overlap them entirely, but I want to come close. Okay. If you can figure out what it is, let me know. And do you mean the changes that I'm making here or the original? Because I am perfectly happy to hear criticisms of the original too. To see what I might do to improve it. Okay, well, we have to imitate those at the bottom there. That's to start with. Where is the center point? Third bit from left there. So that should go to there. That go to there. And that'll be the center. And those are up 2 over. That. And those are 4 wide. 5 be consistent with other elements I have built. Now, I realize you haven't had a chance to actually play with the font or probably even see the whole thing laid out. And I do have a graphic that's actually a bit better. Features, preview, sorry. So here is the original shape that I had for an R, which is basically the letter O. It's an oval. There is a widened version of it, and I think I like that better. The thing I need to do, if I want to be more Bodoni-like, is narrow this top bit here a lot more. So we're going to take it right up to 2 grid squares and right down to 2. See what that does. So that is a bit more like the thick and thin sweep. Oh, this should be over one more. Bit more like the thick and thin sweep of lines from my inspiration here. It does probably look very much like the Bodoni letter O. No, they've even got more of an oval shape there, and I've got a narrower oval. I'm not slavishly trying to copy Bodoni. You could just use Bodoni. I am trying to take some inspiration from the stuff that makes up this font because it is apparently such a powerhouse in the world of design. So I am going to zoom out. And for now, this will be the new R. Oh, tip and trick there if you're using FontLab Studio. You can use the arrow keys on your keyboard to move stuff, but if you hold down the Shift key and then hit the arrow key, it moves 10 measurements at a time. I can't call them pixels or anything like that because they're not really pixels. It's all proportional. Now, what has that done to using a vowel? Okay, so I have not overlapped these, but I was intending to do that. Again, when you look at Bodoni with its horizontal serifs there, I thought that I could do the same thing with the lines that are here. I'm going to narrow them even more. So if we go back to here and go to A, I'm going to try and make that even narrower. Okay, so it's a stylistic thing, sure. Come on, here. Okay. So if I thin out this line here a lot, the same as it actually is up there and down here, it doesn't look like it. Maybe I need to go for a thicker line than that. Like that's being very extreme here. Maybe we'll try 3. There. So now what I was thinking of doing, you need to be on here. what I was thinking of doing was actually pulling this way over. Not that far. About like that. So that when it's used with a consonant, it overlaps like that. I don't know if that works or not. And it might not work with a pile of various letters. I should try a few other letters to see. It's going to get a little odd there, but the horizontal lines on the H, the backwards E there, the H, are going to need to be the same width. Looks a little odd too. Maybe that doesn't work. Okay, back here. We will look at that again at some point. But in the meantime, I will move this back to 3. There. Anything narrower and the break show. So I want to go to there. Bit. I think it's either the line thickness or the shapes are too round. It may be that I am trying to adapt the shape and take an inspiration from Bodoni and apply it to a font that doesn't suit. Maybe it can't be done, or at least maybe I can't do it. But that's the whole point of these sessions, is to try and figure out how I apply that to make it work better. Now, get too confused here. The horizontal bit here and the horizontal bit here, this is actually narrower here. Oh, you're not on the right page. Duh. This is actually narrower here than it is here. But I think because of the fact that it's coming from much thicker lines, it doesn't look like it. I might end up making this a little thicker here, but it actually looks to me like it's in proportion. Now, when you are drawing a shape in a font that has a curve like this, the top of this currently is at what's called the X height. Actually, it's slightly over the X height, but it's consistent. If you go back here, this line here on the grid, which is slightly heavier, I don't know if it shows that way on the screen or not, this one right here, is the X height. It's set to 500 units, and I've gone 50 points over that. That's okay. That's just a matter of wanting everything to be balanced in proportion, as long as I'm consistent. But when you're designing a font that has a curved shape and straight shapes like this, the convention is to make it like 5%, I think, bigger on the top, like higher on the top and bottom there, to compensate for the fact that with the human eye, it will look smaller because of the curve, because the visual weight of a oval shape like this here focuses your eye at the center. And if you look at the B over here, the same thing will happen to a certain degree, but it's much less reduced because this is still a fairly blocky shape. As for what you're saying there, you might be right. It might be that I have applied curves here on this character, which I picked because it looks so much like an existing Bodoni character for the letter O. I might have applied curves there that are a little heavy, but none of the rest of the font has the same level of curves. And that might be part of the problem. When I go back to Bodoni there, most of the curved shapes, the O obviously, but the curve on the D stays very thin where it's joining up to the right hand side of that glyph. Same thing with the way the N joins its curve. It's not just the horizontal bits that are thin. And I need to look at some of that bit too and see if I can make changes like that. Right now, what I think I need to do is see where I can add similar sort of serif shapes and see if that helps. And I need to make the horizontal lines that we see, like the bar on the A and everything else, the same thickness. And I've gone much thinner on that there. And I'm actually going to look at R and say, if I narrow the distance on the right side wall, side bearing, now when you look at it here, the A is pulled in more, and I think that looks a bit better. So because I'm using a thinner line and all that, maybe I need to close up the distance on the glyphs a little bit too. I could try that with the B as well, just to see if it looks better. So what you're seeing is the B with a wider right side bearing, but if I drag it in, it tightens everything up a little bit. And I actually think that looks better. Now, it's a separate issue that the curves on the top part of the A and the bottom part of the A here are perhaps more like they're even. Maybe they need to be a little sharper on this side here. And maybe I need to add a little serif on there. And maybe I'll try that. Again, this is just feeling stuff out to see how it looks. Control plus, bring you back to this page here. Maybe not that plus, there. No, I guess it does need to go in more. So 5 by 5, I could try pulling that down more to there. Don't like it. Could try moving that over more. That might work, particularly if I change the curve to that. I'm going to try that on the top and bottom. What did we do there? We just moved it over 5 and then extended that whole thing. So over 5, that out to there. And then I'm going to add a small serif on these here, just to give it a shot. 3 high, and you are on the right screen. Good. 1, 2, 3, 5. We'll go 5. And like that. Zoom out. Highlight the whole. No, not with that. We won't. Control Z. Grab this. Highlight the whole thing, and then go to contour, remove overlap. Boom. So now when you look at it in preview, it has those serif shapes there. They might need to be wider. And I'm going to have to make sure they don't collide with things. If I go to here and change that to I. That's a reason maybe not to add the serif shapes there, because the only distinction between an A and the I is that serif at the top, which isn't really a serif, it's part of the glyph, which should be narrowed anyway to be consistent. That should really go up to there. This should go up to there. Maybe it's enough that I could put just a small serif on there, but I think it would change. I'd have to change the letter E or I. See, now when you look at it, not that one, sorry, that one, wrong finger. There's not much of a distinction between the A and the I. And that might not work as a result. So I might have to go back to A. And leave it like that. And go to I. Take that off. And that might be, that's a change in the curves. It's not the same change as it was over here. What did I do over here? I pulled that over one and moved that to there. So I need to go back to the I and do the same thing there to really fairly compare it. So that needs to go over to there. You're not seeing this. And then that handle gets pulled right over there. This gets moved over to there. And the handle gets pulled over to there. Still 2 on those. If I go to A, it's still 2 with, yep, okay. So that has changed the curve a bit. I don't know if it quite works. Okay, you're saying the same thing there. You're definitely on the right path, and also don't add serif to letters that don't need them. Yeah, I know, but see, the Bodoni look is that it has those distinctive horizontal serifs at the top and bottom. And if you look at the N, the void in the center of the N below that curve is pretty substantial. It's consistent across, excuse me, across all of those letters in like O, D, O, etc. The B is a little wider for the void in the center there. But it's consistent, but it's sort of joined together by those horizontal serifs. So when I go to my letters here, where do I need to do that? I mean, if I go to Sorry, that was probably really loud. If I go to SH here, that could have be considerably widened and have serifs put across the top parts there. Like I was taking the Bodoni M and turning it like rotating it vertically and adding an extra hook to it, so to speak. And that might look okay. And if I can do that with this shape, then I can take a look at the rest of the shapes and say, do I need to do the same thing? I don't have an example of an M in Bodoni, but I presume it's going to be very similar to, I guess I could bring up a text editor and take a look. Did that work? It did not work. Why did that not work? Back to here. Let me take a look. Oh, it toggled it off. That's why. That should take me there. There. Okay. So can I type M? Well, yeah, but I'm in one of my writing systems, not Bodoni. Format, font. Go see if Bodoni is even installed on this system. Bodoni MT. That's a very narrow version of it. That's all I seem to have is a very narrow version of it or an even narrower version of it. Yeah, but we'll take a look and see what that looks like if I bump the font up considerably. Now, if I turned that upside down and instead of having the curves had a single shape there, that would kind of be my SH character here. Well, no, the problem with my script in its current form is that it isn't suited for serifs. I mean, from what I understand, the original, like the origin of serifs was that they were adopted because they were shapes that were produced when you carved the letters into stone. You had those leftover shapes like that. They just added them to the glyphs because you were going to end up with that anyway when you punched a chisel into stone. Then they realized that they added some distinctiveness to the readability of things too. So I kind of like the way they can look. So I just have to figure out how to do it. And when I get one letter that I'm really happy with, I can apply the same rules to others. Maybe you are correct that this is a writing system that isn't suited to that, but I don't want to give up that easily. I think I can do it somehow. If we take that there and clone it, drag it over here, line her up, and then we are going to make it much wider. You are not on the right screen. I keep doing that. So if I make it wider like that, and try tacking in some serifs to see if it can be done, I'm going to need to adjust things to add curves in where I don't have curves, mind you. Those are all good. Okay. So we just take the square tool here and we'll go for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 3. Should have just cut and paste one of them into each spot, shouldn't I? Would have been easier. Yeah, see this tool, not very accurate. Ah, okay. It's not that it's not accurate. It isn't, but it's also that the original cut and paste wasn't all that accurate either. That should be good. Nope, the tool isn't that good either. Well, it's actually not that the tool isn't good. The tool is great. The snap to grid doesn't work as precisely as I might want it to, because I am just a wee bit anally retentive about this, I guess. Yeah, see, that's just off. Even more off if I keep hitting stuff the wrong way. That needs to go up. So does that. That needs to go up. And of course, this is probably all too fine to be seen properly on screen. So you're not probably seeing what I'm doing here. They're very minor, probably pointless changes. Okay, control minus minus. Select all of that. Contour, remove overlap. And how does it look, if at all? Okay, so we go to preview. And I get rid of all this. And what am I on here? SH. No. Yeah, SH needs to be compiled. There. Okay, so on the left is the original. On the right is a slightly serifed version. Obviously, I need to play with the curves on stuff down here because it's completely square and it should be rounded a little bit. Probably rounded here to match the rounding here, but the rounding here should be more extreme. So if I go in here, take you back there, move that up 5, extend it down 5, move that over to there. Does that look better? No, it does not. That to go up like that, maybe. Take that back up. That might be a bit better, but I've got to put a curve in here too. So we need to grab the knife, cut the corner, grab the cursor, that over. You can't see it because I'm not on the right screen. We'll get in the habit of doing this properly. The thing is, it's enough mental effort to try and keep track of what I'm doing here. Nope, not it. There. Click to curve. That trying to talk at the same time is distracting. So we're going to go 2.5 there. And there. No, we're not. 5 and 5. Okay. When you look there, that's the result of changing those curves. I don't know if that's an improvement, but it's definitely a different style. It might make it more readable to put stuff like that. If I come back over here and add in an eye, the line needs to be more. Why is that? Because my spacing is a lot wider. If I narrow that down to there, though, then it's too narrow. If I widen it out to here, then the line needs, see, there's a thing. I kind of like this really close space in between here, but then I need to change the serif too. I need to go in and shorten it a bit, which would affect absolutely everything else here. If I adjust the right side bearing so it's like that, that's not bad too. And maybe it's going to look cramped unless I do it out to here and then simply lengthen this line here so that it connects. So to be fair, there, because these are both drawn in the space of the SH, I can't really take one out yet. Well, I could, but there is the ZH to show you kind of half-assed how it looked before with a vowel attached to it. Curving the right bottom edge. Yeah, I'm going to mirror it on the other side. No, it did not get borrowed from the Cyrillic. It is actually a coincidence. But if you look at like the early Phoenician version of the alphabet and some of the shapes that were used in Egyptian Demotic and stuff like that, this sort of W shape to be an SH is pretty common. So I would imagine that that's, I mean, Cyrillic came from Greek, but the Greek came from Phoenician. Arguably, the Phoenician writing system came from Egyptian Demotic or Hieratic or something. Maybe it didn't. I sure think it evolved from that. So there's a commonality of that shape in various writing systems, I think, and it's one I really like, so I tend to use it a lot. I don't think that I had the Cyrillic SH in mind because I can actually puzzle out Cyrillic. I still remember some of taking Russian in university and high school, which I did more or less. I'll have to try the curve in the bottom corner here to match. basically. I have to see what it looks like. I don't mind it straight like that, but I don't think it looks right. So we're going to do the same thing. Grab the knife and hack away some connection. And the cursor. That up to there. This over to there. That's up to there. Goes all the way over to. All right. Yeah. Cross some lines, close the shape again. And make them to curve. Oh, I'm on the right curve. Okay, so that goes to 2. That goes to 1. 1 and 1. Oh, and you're on the other screen. Okay, so that's the curve shapes added in there. You were seeing them on the other screen as I did them, but that opens up the center space there, puts the serifs on there. I don't know if it actually makes it look better or not. Problem is I like the original design. That's why I made it, right? Now I'm trying to alter it, and I'm doing so in a manner that is inconsistent with what I did before. Doesn't mean it's wrong, but it is going to be a little odd. Back on here, doing all this. Okay, so we're going to drag that right over to there. But we don't want that overlap at the start with the serif. So we want it to come back to there. And then we want the space to go to at least 2, probably. No, it should be 3. Means I need to go and adjust the line on A. And then come back over here and change that I to an A and see what I think. Okay, so now if I go back to SH and I adjust the spacing to 1 to pull it in really tight, that's a little too close. I'd have to change the serif. 2. See, I think it has to go to 3 grid lines like that. Even though it looks a little odd in here, because the width here paralleling the width here, paralleling the width here, and the width, etc., is consistent. That means that I need to do the same thing on I. Pull it over to there. Like that. So now when I go back in here, type SHI. Now there's something wrong with the curves at the bottom here. They're too blocky too. So I think I need to go in and adjust that. tell you, this font stuff is art more than it is technical. That might be too far. Or, no, control that. Or it might be this. Get adjusted like that. I think it's actually better there. So that pulled over to here. That pulled up to there. With the handle pulled down to here means that the curve is a little bit better here than it was there. More of a sweeping shape down like that. I should try this with an R after it. Preview. Rid of that. Another thing you need to do is when you have a predominantly curved shape like that, you need to adjust the kerning here to pull it in. So I'm actually going to have to go and put in some kerning classes to this. And basically that's letting me change the right side bearing here. Like you set a default on each glyph anyway, but in cases like that there, I'm going to want to pull those curved shapes in just a little closer so it doesn't look like there's this huge gap in between them. Because sometimes with some fonts, if you don't do that, it actually almost looks like there's a space or a half space in there, and it looks wrong. And we'll have to adjust the height of the R a little bit there. I suppose I could do that right now, but I should really do that as a pass on things. This should actually go up like half and down half to look right, I think. There's a whole pile of stuff needs to be done here. Okay, I'm going to go and flag that a different color. We'll go with cyan. And flag cyan. The flagging doesn't make any difference at all. It's purely for use inside this program. So what I do is things that I have adjusted, I will flag a different color, then wipe all the colors out and start with some new set of changes and continue to color things like that so that I know which ones I've worked on to the point where I figure they're changed for this iteration, if that makes any sense. That one. Although I've just realized probably a change I need to make in here. Yes, there is. So this is not entirely true. Flag, cyan. So there, that is down to 2 grid squares. And here, it is not down to 2, and it probably should be. So if we take all of that there, just move it up like that, all of this here, move it down like that. We might end up changing all of this down the road, but it will be more consistent. That means I need to do the same thing in here. Okay, so that is now true for those. This here. That might be too thin. We'll be fixing the hook down the road. Let's look at D versus T. And what else did we do that with? B to do. See, the curves on the B are all wrong now. And the hook is completely wrong, of course. But T needs to have the same things done to it then. Oh, some rando. I didn't even see that. Fourth from the left serif is one square too short. Last one is too long. Also, there could be a serif at the bottom right. I don't know which glyph you're talking about because I missed your chat because I don't have text to speech. I'm sorry. I really am. I will move that up there and move the other one down and fix this problem over here. Control Z. I really hate the fact that you can drag the 0 line. It just doesn't work for me. Oh. Control Z, Control Z. Drag that up to there. Drag this up like that. If you know what letter I was on, let me know, but I realize that I'm flicking back and forth between these and you might not. That's not right. Might not see which letter is which. What has happened there? Don't move that. Oh, I see. That to go up there. And then that needs to come down. Yeah, that's probably not going to stand the way it is. That should be squared, if anything. It shouldn't be a curve because that's not consistent with the other shapes. I can fix that. Cut. There. No. Back up. Cut. There. Fine. Get rid of the entire line. It's going to be that way. There and there. And we'll have to adjust those curves. Okay, which screen? You're on that screen there. Fourth from the left serif. Did you mean the D here? That's another one I got to fix that on. Boom, gone. And fine. From there. No. Yeah. Grab the right tool. grab all, contour, join, there. I really wish at times I could have two letters up at the same time, but I don't think I can split screen this quite that way. This program will do just about everything, but that's one thing it won't do. So when I look, go back over here, there's nonsense text, that's D, T, B, and R. And since we're at it, SH. I want to look at the curves to see if they're the same. And there's a problem there. SH. These here need to be dropped down to 12. 2 or 3? What did we do on the bottom of here? 2. Here? 2? Okay, good. So now the lines on the bottom here are 2. Those, however, are 3, and I should probably adjust those to be consistent. Even though I thought 3 looked a bit more in proportion, maybe it'll work better with 2. That's what I've done elsewhere there. So I don't know if that works or not. Either it works or I'm mangling my font. One of the two. Now, these are 2 over, 2 down. Hard to see on this. There. 2 over, moved in, 2 down. Wonder if that needs to be dragged over to there. That would widen the curve a bit. Actually, that looks better. Do it on the other side. Better. Debatable. But when I go back over to here, actually, we'll go back to the P. P. Okay, if you look on the preview here, those are wildly inconsistent curves on each shape. And that, I think, is, I need to figure out how I'm going to do those, because that is where I will find some consistency. I mean, I don't have to slavishly copy Bodoni. I wanted to take some inspiration from things on it, but I do need to get the same curves on those shapes. So what I'm going to do is put SH and P side by side there, and then try and make the same curves on the P as I did on the SH. See if I can achieve that. So back to font. So SH. They are 5 and 5 on the inside, 10 and 10 on the outside. Shouldn't be that hard, should it? Back to P. Accept it. Everything is off slightly. That is set to there. Yes. Okay. So that could actually be there. Gone and done it again. Don't know why. Bopping stuff all over the place. I have no idea why. So if I'm going to make those consistent, then maybe the whole center bit needs to be moved out too. Okay, I'm going to copy that, paste, and move. Then I'm going to widen the whole glyph quite a bit. See how it looks when it's done. Might look really bad. Gonna move that out of the way for a moment. That would be 3, 3, 4. All right. Looks really distorted right now, so obviously it's not right. I then make a shape in the center. That is essentially just a rough shape. We'll resize it and line everything up. And a whole pile of curves going on. Probably would have been easier if the idea of creating something in imitation of Bedoni had occurred to me before I designed anything at all. This is also, I will note, the first time that I have tried to imitate another font in any regard. Wrong spot. So now back, grid size. Play with all these curves, but that just looks terrible. Just off. That is not the answer. Okay. I think the answer is to keep the thin shape here, but make it really thin. So forget that. That did not work. Oh, it's automatically moving the spacing on this, even if I don't want it to. That's an interesting change. Okay, so we go back to this shape here, zoom in slightly, and say, how do we make this really thin? It would be too wide then. The curves that are here are not consistent either. That's part of the nut. Back out. Right. That is 1 hair. This is almost 2. So that's part of the problem. Okay, we pull that out entirely. So, gone. We switch tools slightly. And make a square or rectangle too wide and same height. Move it over. That is 1 square. Two squares, back 1. And this line over here is going to go to the right. Means this needs to go there. That would be 3 grid squares. 3 grid squares when I zoom out. 3 by 3, right? Now we need the curves to look the same as they did on this here. So again, I don't know why my font software is moving that over a pixel or two, but it is. Oh, I did do some stuff earlier with H. No, it's right on the 0 line, so that's not the thing. Okay, so that would be 5. That would be 10. 10. 5 is off there. That would be 2 there. B2 there. That. That should be in more. That. I think. That curve should extend it up to there. Trying to remember what I've done on the other one. I'm pretty sure that is the curve that is on SH at the moment. That would be to there then. Curve would be up to here. Handle. Consistent there. That is closer. That's going to go up to the same point there. Oh, not I need to go there. That will come back there. This curve comes down to here. Comes right down to there. And we mirror these suckers. There, there, but extends 10. That there's spot to there. That's wrong spot because I was looking at this curve here and adjusting that side there. 5. That should be up. Should be down to here and up 5. Down to here. Up 5. Still doesn't quite look the same. Why? Could be. Other than the forced margin there of a tiny amount. Those should all be the same. This. A hair. That. And I have a feeling that this should be short by a few. There. And there. So now when you look at it on preview, do those curves look similar? I think the curve here is still too low. That's been raised up there. So I need to go look and see what height that is. Man, this is getting finicky. That is 2 full-size blocks up and then 1.5 there. So when I go back here to here, that is 1.5 there, but that needs to be raised up to there, to there, down 5, down 5. And we need to look at the handle stand. Just one full grid thing, which is what they're at. Yeah. Okay, so I didn't show you the tool. Okay, so now that curve there should be the same as this curve here. And the interior curve is similar, but not quite the same because the width in here is enough. I could move everything over and widen it slightly. If I go back to, no, not to the sketchboard. Can't get rid of the sketchboard. Don't know what it's used for. Don't need it. Can't get rid of it. kind of annoying. That is 3 grid squares apart. If I go back over here to this, that is 2 apart. So the risk of destroying everything here, if I moved that over, then all of this over that, all of this over one more, we would be doing what I was trying to do earlier and did not achieve. And we're going to take all of this back. I'm going to zoom in more. Going to 2. So now what's happened is that's been moved over. I want to move that back over 5. And 1, 2, that over to there. And we need to find the middle point to drop this thing in. Oh yeah, these need to. I'll bet they get moved again. These need to come. No, don't. Now maybe the space for that to come down to there. This goes over. This comes over. Panic crap. Now, I was on the wrong damn screen again. Is that this? I think it looks a little square at the top here, not at the bottom, so maybe there's an inconsistency there. Yes. I'll go to the right screen too while I'm at it. And that needs to come back. Those need to go out to there. there. And that these need to come out to here. No more anyway. They need to do it up here. Three, four, five. Yeah. One more. There. Okay, so if I go back here, actually I will save while I'm at it. I go back here, the B and the P. And do we have the original anywhere? Another don't. Okay, so go back over here to preview and we type in AB after it. And the question is, does the middle glyph, the P, look better than the B, or should I have just stopped trying to screw around with it? Wow. Way behind on the stream here. I hope the whole thing didn't freeze for you folks. Oh no, it's updated there. That's good. Really awkward to do that on the phone. Oh. Endo message retracted. Okay. You said something and then you changed your mind. What were you going to say? I mean, hello, other than that, what were you going to say? Anything you can give me to clarify things? I may be out of my depth here. All right, back to the source inspiration. Perfect ovals on the interior. Very curved on the exterior, but the B isn't consistent with that, so. Okay. Looking at that, back to here. Make the interior more oval-like by adjusting these. Don't know if that helps, but it's a bit more consistent. There's the thought, too. The essence of this glyph is a square shape with a line in the center. But maybe Shouldn't be narrow vertically like that. It should be wide. And I tried that before and it didn't look right. But maybe we can fix that. Maybe we can make it work. Three. Not quite centered then. If I drew that even wider, would it look weird at? It might. It does. Part of the problem, too. Not centered. Back out more. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's part of the problem. That there should be that wide to be a grid square wide. In which case, the elements below it lined up slightly too. That's on the grid square. That is slightly off. That there needs to come over more. Or this one go that way, one of the two. I wonder actually that's that no, not that there. Right there. Okay, that there. There. Yeah, okay. Does that look consistent? These look a little they look very square and flat. Oh, I don't know. I don't even know how many people I've got watching right now. 2. Okay, 2 according to Twitch. If either of you out there were people that hit subscribe, because I see my subscriber count's gone up, thank you. I get no notification, no pop-ups. There's none of the stuff I'm used to with Twitch. which is disconcerting a bit. Okay, so what I'm looking at now, realize this is deadly dry, is that this curve here, can you see my cursor? Yeah, there. This curve here looks kind of abrupt. And the same thing happens there. It's not a smooth curve from there all the way through and around. And the same thing over here. It looks like some edge of it's been chopped off. So I want to figure out how I can adjust this so that it looks a little less like that. And it might be that pulling this up like that makes it worse. Right. So if we go down another 5. Nope. I mean, yes, to a certain degree, but I think what really needs to happen here is that this needs to go up 5. That needs to come down 5. And then we are more like the Bodoni shape. Means that needs to come down on the other side. That needs to go up. And I don't know if that really works or not, but that is more like the shape of the Bodoni O with a line in the center of it than it was before. There's obviously going to be a lot of refinements here. I'm going to leave the B the way it is so that I've got an example of the other one, because often when I sit and do this stuff, I'm sitting too close to it and I can make a change that looks like crap to me later. And then I have to go load a previous version of the font and everything else to try and find it. And I'm not even sure I've saved this in previous versions, to be honest. Save font. I should start doing that, obviously. Okay. E. That. It's to go up. 2, 2. And this here needs to go up. 2, 2. I thought that I had curved that on the eye. I have 2 by 2, which is probably too round a curve, actually, to be consistent. But that's what we've done elsewhere here, so that's what we'll do here. So E, so that needs to be curved. Knife time. Cut and cut. No, not that. That. I'm sure there is some way to tell this program, do not screw with the metrics. Leave the 0 line always as the 0 line. I have not figured that out yet. There's got to be a way to do it. So it's left square in there. Okay. So I didn't need to make that cut. That can stay there. That could go there for the moment, but I need a curve there. So is that consistent with this? 2 and 1, yes. Same on the bottom. Where I did need to make a cut and didn't. Cut. So like that, I think. Like I said, I would like to be able to have split panels, and I don't think I can do that. Too curved. That goes right up to there. That just goes down 5. That needs to be up 1. That's what's wrong. There. So now, actually, if I go over here, type I E. Isn't working. Why? Oh, T I E. The I needs to be narrowed on here to 2 to be consistent. And oh man, the truck protester started up. Everything is air horns. Hopefully that's not coming through on the recording. Now, this is not made to have diphthongs, so that's why the E isn't attaching properly there. Just wanted to put them side by side. So T-I-T-E. The I, top part of the I, needs to be 2 as well. There, that's at least consistent. Might not work, but it's at least consistent. Which means I need to go through and edit a pile of vowels quickly here to make them consistent. That needs to go up to 2. These are going to have the same curves added in reverse. But for now, I will get the horizontal thing. Just the vowels now. The thing that happens with these things is you make one change and it cascades through everything for consistency's sake. And then you end up making, or I end up making these lists of, oh, I need to fix this part of this part of that, and oh, we have not even looked at O mu. That's going to go to 2. This is going to get brought up to 2 as well. That's going to go out to there. Yeah. U, I think, is, oh, U needs to be, that needs to be moved over to the center. And all of that needs to be moved up to there. I could probably even put some serifs on the bottom there to be more serify. Oh, I was working on W. not even the same letter. There. So that should be that adjusted. So I can color that one, flag cyan. And that is adjusted. So flag cyan. As I said earlier, the colors make absolutely no difference to the font. They're just for organizing what the hell you're doing, basically. And you can use custom colors, but it's not really worth it to me. Yeah, that's done. Not really worth it to me because there's enough colors there and I get used to what I have and then everything is fine. I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm used to the base colors here. I just adjusted how bright they were because by default they were really, really horrid. Really pale. Like supremely pale. Okay. So we haven't touched some of the, well, some of these should be dirt simple. This I can just narrow everything down to 2. And that's all she wrote. Oh, there's the thought. That is Q. So I want to go over to preview and just check the height of, say, typing QE. Yes. Okay. So I'm consistent there, even though it's not quite directly proportional. I might end up having to move all these horizontal lines down slightly. So that one can be considered done for the moment. Oh dear. Okay, we're gonna see what happens when we crank this up to 2. To be consistent, because it took forever to get this right in the first place, to be honest. No, controls that. A third point in there. Still don't like that. Oh, there. Okay. So I don't like those for some reason. I haven't figured out why. But I will mark them as having reached the cyan stage or past 1, I guess. Okay. You are going to end up with more changes made down the road, but for now, that will do. Okay, if that should. Should. Same left. This moved in. I got to redesign this booth shape too completely. to center that. No, there. Should be pretty much the center of the weight. Flag. And now my TH shape is the complete, that completely reversed the other way. And I hadn't really noticed it. So that should be easy to change. Whether or not it'll look like that is another question. Contour, no, tools, transform, flip vertical. I have to go do a spacing pass too. Oh. Copy. Back. Flag. Cyan. Then that over. What it did there, it suddenly jumped, and I don't know why. Oh, there. And again, that has to be redesigned. Actually, those two. Like that. I'm terribly consistent. I don't like the color pink, so I start off with all of my glyphs selected as pink, which they call magenta, I think, so that I will be inclined to go and fix all of the problems with to make them better. And then I can change the color to something else. Nothing wrong with the color pink. I just don't like it for whatever stupid reason. Okay, so that should be up to there. I don't actually think that glyph works. I think X is going to end up changed because it's pretty close to H. Flag. Cyan. Save. Already, right? Pretty close. So. Oh, wow. My video is doing something really strange. I hope there's still people out there. I don't know if my video is way behind. Okay, that's what's happening. My phone is nowhere near caught up. Somehow it paused itself or something. I don't know. So hopefully there's still people out there. Hello, people that are hopefully still out there. You are just going to get moved straight down to 2. Okay, you're here. Hello, Feral Kitty 9. How you doing? Thank you for dropping by. That needs to have some curves put on it, but it's at least been adjusted for height on these parts, which is what I wanted to be consistent about, because all this stuff is very iterative. Those curves need to be changed too. So how you doing today? This glyph just looks horrible too. Don't like it at all. And because it's balanced in shape, it's going to look kind of distorted when I move this stuff, isn't it? Actually, that needs to be moved right up to there. It has to be so it lines up. So that, yeah, that is awful. I'm going to end up redrawing that whole glyph. Flag. Red. That could be brought down to there, probably. That down to there. Flag. Cyan. Yeah, that's adjusted. The curves need beating on, but they're okay. To 2. Down to 2. And that's all she wrote there. Flag. Cyan. And that's been done, so it can be flagged. This, I don't think I need to do anything to. Arguably, that line there should be really narrow. Maybe we can cheat by just raising that up there, raising that down, or lowering that down there. Sure. For now. This one, same thing. It's actually a redundancy. And that might be something that needs to be changed in the actual coding for the writing system there. Lag in my program. That one may change. What I find is if I'm trying to come up with a consistent style on things, that if I make everything look close to the same with the obvious stuff that I can do, Then I can start typing in letters and looking at them and saying, okay, this is what's inconsistent. You know, the curves are at different angles or something like that. Then it makes it much easier to come back and edit later. Okay, that is based off that there, which badly needs to be adjusted, doesn't it? I'll leave that for the moment. Here is easily fixed for the moment because it's very square. And I'm ignoring that hook there that needs to be updated, but I'm going to do that all at once. Just cut and paste everything in there. That are all good. They've been adjusted. This has not. Down to 2. Up to 2. Up to 2, even though it puts it off center horizontally. Like magenta. Oh, what a pain. Okay. What I'm going to do is move that up to there so that I can adjust this and move this up to there. And then we're going to move that right back down again. Just a bit. Say that. And this can go down to there, which is where it should be. And both those hooks need to be adjusted. Flag, cyan. Sure. That needs to reverse contour. Looked like it was okay, but it wasn't. You are now cyan, as are these two. Henley H. Who was the other? Good question, because I have no tool to tell me here. I don't think anyway. Participants. Oh, I do have a tool. Me. It's not showing everybody. Unless Feral Kitty's left. You still here, Feral Kitty? The tools on YouTube Live are a bit primitive in comparison to what I'm used to with Twitch. That's all I'm going to say about that. Now, I've done Twitch longer, but I wanted to do YouTube Live for the font stuff and leave Twitch for my gaming. Okay, I am desperately seeking some feedback. So tell them the thing that I want to know the most is whether or not there is a need for this. What I was told was that for Western Berber, the Tiffanyg writing is fine. It was evolved and it works with that, and that's fine. But for the Eastern Berber languages, the Zenati ones at least, that the writing system was not good for writing like Shawiya or Rif or the other ones that I can't pronounce the names of. And that they could use Arabic or they could use Latin, modified form of Latin. And that this particular person didn't like those. They didn't think they worked well. So they said, hey, I really like your conscript stuff, your conlanging stuff. Would you be willing to try making a writing system for the Zenati Berbers? And I said, sure, if I'm being asked by a speaker of it, I'll give that a shot. Sure. So I'm looking for, first off, feedback on whether or not it works and is needed. Second, whether or not people like it. And third, whether or not it works for writing down each of the languages, or if I need to tweak something in here, because I don't speak any Berber at all, not a word. No, that's not true. The Shawith, which is how you say Shawiya in Shawiya, apparently. But I probably got it wrong. But that's the main thing, is that I want to find out if anybody thinks this is necessary or needed or of interest, who is a speaker. Because that's the big thing, is that I'm doing this to help people that speak the language, but maybe not needed. Maybe they're happy with writing in the Latin alphabet. To me, personally, I think I would be annoyed at having to do that. I would think it has sort of colonial overtones, and I would want to avoid that. But maybe that's just me reading stuff into things that doesn't bother anybody else, right? I don't know. I really don't know. So what I'm trying to do here is say, the first version that I did was blocky. Oh, that's what I'm doing wrong. Control Z, Z. I want to produce a version that is more stylized, just to show the writing system in a different light, so to speak. And I don't know if that's going to work or not. I really don't. I'm still trying to figure this out. But yes, by all means, send them to my channel and ask them to give me some feedback if they would be so kind. I would really appreciate it. Any and all feedback. I mean, if their opinion is, man, this is butt ugly and there's no need for it, and don't even bother. Okay, not a problem. I'll take that, because that's useful feedback, right? And if that's the case, then maybe I have a neat writing system for a conlang. Hey. Personally, I kind of like the look that I produced on the original version. I'm not sure about this version here at all. I'm not sure I can pull this off. It's going to be really challenging. But the original version, I kind of like it. Down to there. Flag. Cyan. And you can be flagged cyan. And I try, I spend a lot of time looking at what makes YouTube videos work and what YouTube videos don't work. So I know that your content is important because people are going to watch it, but they're not going to watch it unless they click on the thumbnail. So the title and the thumbnail need to be there and they need to be formed well, and they need to be the right combination of colors, and all that stuff changes all the time. There should be a person's face on it. The person's face should be big enough that you can see it, because people associate with faces and they go, oh, that's an interesting person, or that's an idiot, or man, that guy's butt ugly, whatever, and they'll click on it. So the last video that I did was the first one with a proper thumbnail on it, and it actually did all right. The intro to this Zenati project. And the one that I produced there is the first one for a YouTube stream. So I'll see how that works. And then I'll start screwing with other elements and changing palettes and stuff like that, all in an attempt to lure you people into watching me. We'll see if it works. Okay, that one there is also butt ugly, so we need to redesign it. So it's getting flagged red too. And this one here should be the same as that one there, and I could easily make the changes anyway. But obviously it worked well enough for you to click on the thumbnail, right? Okay, now save. Oh, we didn't color code that. Flag. And I really wish that was just a series of colors up here, and I don't think I can just, maybe I can just click on those. Let's see that. If I click that and click there. Okay, I'm an idiot. Is that the right way around? Yes, loser. I could have been doing that all along. Okay, next iteration. No, next we try typing something in preview, like say Zenati. So the Z needs to be edited. These here need to go right down to 2 so that they're consistent with that. So that's a change that needs to be done. Come back over here. And all I did when I did the other glyph that this is based off of was drag these down here, these up here. This is one of the most complex shapes I've got, and it is a royal pain to build and have it look right, and I still don't quite like the way it looks. But now if I go back over to preview, there is Zenati, Zenati, in this version, and if I switch to regular, there it is in the regular. So to whatever degree, I like this version here myself personally, but I know I'm sitting really close to it, you know. But there, that's the difference in the styling. Recognizing that there is lots of stuff that still needs to be done here. The hook on the bottom needs to be a completely different shape, I think, and I haven't figured out what that is yet. But that lets you see the two back and forth there. And that's just switching from that to the regular version here and back again. Now, the inspiration for all this imitation here is the Bodoni font. So one obvious thing is the dot there. I have a diamond over top of some of my glyphs here. None of those there. Down here. There. I should be using a dot to be consistent. The shape doesn't matter. It's just, is there a thing over top or not? Also, that needs to be centered more, isn't? So we're going to wipe that out. And we're going to make a circle. That I guess be, that's going to look very big. That's probably too big. 100. by 100. And then we move that to the center of the glyph, which means it needs to be centered on this plus. And then probably move down to 5 above like that. And copy, come back out. That is D dot. So if I go over here, do D dot versus T dot. Now, both of those are wrong. But this here, because of the thinness of these lines here and the thickness of this line here, that actually needs to be brought over more to the right. So it's through the I think they call it the weight of the glyph, even though it's not mathematically proper. So that probably needs to be brought over so that it's sitting not there. I think about there. Okay, so that is D dot, and we will flag it green. And then we will go to T dot, get rid of this sucker, get rid of the anchor that I created there because I'm not actually going to do this with anchors yet, and paste that in there. And then go back, and that should look more balanced. Green. Then who else got the dot? This one does. And then that needs to be moved over to the actual mathematical center. Copy. Go back. Flag green. That should be okay. R dot. The dot means that it has a, I think it's a feeler or pharyngeal fricative after the consonant, which is not something I'm very good at producing. So forgive me if I get it wrong, but I think R dot is going to be like, ugh. But I could be wrong. Okay, YouTube. No, I did not ask you to do that. Those two, flag green. And oh, I didn't actually save that position. Okay, so that green, save, should be all the dotted ones. Funny, that doesn't look circular. It looks sort of blocky. I may end up doing that too, but it's supposed to have drawn a proper circle. Now, the funny thing here too is here is Z dot. Obviously, the swoosh at the bottom there is wrong, but the one on the first glyph is wrong too. I got to redesign that entirely. I'm really tempted to take the circle that's up here though and drop it down into here. And then when I come up with a better swoosh thing here, move it up in there. But that wouldn't be consistent with the rest. So maybe that's wrong. Okay, that is all of those done. Every glyph has been thinned. Some of them, like this one, have had some serifs put on them and the curves adjusted. And I'm going to have to do more serifing. But I have to watch it because the vowels with their lines like this look too much like serifs. But what I need to do is fix that swoosh on the bottom there because it is just all sorts of wrong in my opinion. I'm going to look at this glyph here. And first off, that's the wrong direction anyway. Move that aside. And how can we come up with a more elegant thing? Come down straight and across. So maybe we try drawing that. I'm gonna start. Oh, could it be wide because the horizontals or the verticals are wide and thin going across like that, and just make it a curve in a line? That would mean that I would go from here to here. I don't know if that's going to work. Okay. We want it to go down no lower than the center. So I've got more room than I think I do. There to there to way across, down, back, spot, and spot. That looks like nothing right now, but we're going to fix it, he says, hoping urgently that he can fix it. Okay, two curved. Five, five, five. So it has a curve, but it could do that over a bigger space too. I could drag that right down there, here, maybe. Okay. Rid of that line. You on the right screen? You are. Okay. That could go for another 5. And it would be more dramatic. And then we're going to we're not going to get rid of that line. We're going to move that line down to there. And we're going to put this on to curve. And we're going to imitate the same curve. 5, 5, 5. But it's wrong. Why? This should be over one more. I think. Ooh, maybe there's an error up here. Yeah, there is. How funny. Missed that entirely. Why did I miss that? sitting too close. Oh, because curve here is, no, that's not on the line either. That whole shape needs to go over to there to be consistent. Then I can zoom back in on this. See if I am being consistent. 5, 5, 5. Yes, I am. Yes. Okay, good. So all of this cross like that. I'll go up to there like that. And I should have that on the featured screen so I can see if it's like but I'll do that in a second. Wrong there. Boom. And we need to reverse contour so that it doesn't have that weird overlap here. What letter are we on here? J. So if we go back to preview, go Z dot. It has the big old one, J. Don't know if the J thing works, but I need to get rid of the old swoosh. Maybe that should still curve. Or it should go out a bit. Or even have just be a diagonal with the rift. I don't think so. You would get rid of that line. Take this down to here. Okay, there's a problem. Very subtle, I think. This curve here covers more area than this curve here, so they're not parallel to each other. That is it here. Not lined itself up. That is covering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. This is covering 2. That should actually be out there. And probably our curve. Control Z. How that deleted itself, but I didn't want it to do that. That janky in there, so that has to go back down. At least to there. And I think really it probably still needs a curve there on this instead of being flat. Bring out the knife. No. Did I not grab the knife? I did not grab the knife. I left for 1 minute. I came back, it was a menorah. Kinda. Almost. How you doing today? And thank you for dropping by. Oh, dear crisis. I'm almost out of coffee. I'm going to have to make more. I realize you just wrote in Hebrew, but is there any chance that you happen to speak Berber? I'm just asking. Although with a name like, I'm going to assume Steve Yainin, wow, Yainin Sekil? Wow, what, forgive me, but what nationality is that? That's really neat. Okay, we were going to hack up this bit here. There. Move this back probably to there. There. Rid of that sucker entirely. And draw some more curves. Kinda. Something like that. Okay. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. To curve. Curve. Gonna suck trying to get this to work right. I expect. There. Too much curve, maybe. Oh, you're in Belarus. Closest I can do is Russian. Здравствуйте. I hope you're doing okay in Belarus. Belarus. Does that look? That looks crap. In part because this is narrowing too much. In part because the curve needs to start sooner, I think. But even then, it's wrong. I'll tell you one of the neatest things about streaming on YouTube or Twitch, but YouTube in particular, I think, is that I get to meet people from all parts of the world, and that's really cool. Particularly as you know, not the time of year to go traveling anywhere, and it hasn't been for a while with the pandemic. Okay, so I'm looking at that shape on the bottom there, and I can't decide if I like it. But it's candidate number 1. So what I'm going to do is take that, copy it, go up here, and add a glyph, new glyph, named bits. Great blank. Boom. And where is bits? Bits. Control V. There's that shape in position. And therefore I can go and apply this one to all of the shapes that use it right now and just see if it works without losing it. Yes. The original font, actually, if I switch back here, the original font, yes, it only has horizontal shapes except for this curve here. And that, I mean, maybe that's the thing that needs to be fixed on the original font too. There is also an over-the-top thing on KW, which is the same thing, just reversed, right? But I thought it would look consistent with the rest of it. First question is, do you like the look of this? I mean, I'm sitting so close to it, I can't tell what people might think of it. That is Zenati written there. Do you like the look of it? Uh, since I don't have any Berber at hand, I will just use words that I can think of. That would be Ashkenazi. Oh, hit a space in there. Tashkent. Shawiya. Cairo, using a K for it. Well, Israel doesn't quite work right because I don't think they have any diphthongs like A. Belarus. It's very blocky. Oh, oh, I wasn't on the preview screen here. None of that will have made any sense to you. That would say Belarus. Tashkent. Ashkenazi. One of my favorite words. Not, that doesn't work because that's not the pattern at all. Shawiya. The reason it's so blocky is Ishral. Okay. Ishral. The reason it's so blocky is it's deliberately blocky. I wanted to produce very simple, solid shapes that didn't have much in the way of embellishment. I'm guilty of putting that little swoosh underneath stuff over top, putting a dot on, things like that. But other than that, we're really, really plain and very simple and blocky so that people could look at it and say, I like the simple shape, even if this isn't the one you would want to be writing with all the time. I like the simple shape, and I can distinguish one shape from another. That's the first thing. The I will digress. When I took Russian in university, one of the things I had to learn to do was handwriting in Russian. Handwriting in Russian is atrocious. I don't know if you use the Cyrillic writing in Belarus for that. I had a terrible time with that because written cursive stuff is just atrocious to try and read, and some of the shapes aren't the same, and it drove me nuts. I had to learn how to do it. I've forgotten since. What I wanted to do was produce stuff that it was easy to read, didn't have had the minimum number of glyphs to learn so that you could learn to read it easily, and was visually consistent but distinctive. I'm fully prepared to change any of the glyphs that are here to something else, right? So I based on feedback I get from people as to what works and what doesn't work. The shapes themselves, do I still have that open here? Since you weren't here when I brought that up. That's my page. That's not the one I'm looking for. Do. Where is it? 3 monitors, and do I have enough monitors? No. I could use a 4th and a 5th. Come on. The left-hand column is the shapes of the ancient Labico Berber writing system. Left-hand column here, left-hand column here. The right-hand ones are the Tifinagh that has evolved into the modern Tifinagh alphabet. That's one of the sources that I had. This is some ancient writing, which looks much more like Phoenician to me than anything else. And that apparently on the left is the Labico Berber stuff, which doesn't bear any shape relation to the previous chart. This stuff over here is supposed to be the Tifinagh, which, I mean, to be honest, these look very alike to me in a lot of ways. And I mean, they're closely related. There's some shapes in here that I've used as well. And what other docs have I got? Here, the Labico is here, Tifinagh is here, Labico is here, Tifinagh is here. Those were all things that I drew shapes from. So these shapes that are up here are drawn from that. If you read Hebrew, then you would know what, and the people that wrote in Arabic, that the old Labico Berber writing system was an abjad. So they didn't write any vowels. So I had to invent vowels. So I made very simple shapes, 5 simple shapes, and they attach to the previous glyph. Go back here. If I type in TA, that's the A, but it attaches to the previous glyph. If A is first on its own, it's like that. If I put a T after it, it doesn't join it because the T has this void in here and there's no space. I could have made it so that there was a line went there, but it looked really weird when I tried it. But if I try a P, it will join to it. And when I go back to the stylized version I'm doing here, I'm not happy with this yet, and that hasn't had anything done to it really. But the same principle is true. I'm really not happy with that. Yeah. However, we're working on it. Iterative. Keep iterating endlessly. And it might work. So if I go back to what I was doing, which was that there, before you came in and said that the curve might be wrong because everything was horizontal, I had it horizontal and I didn't like the way it looked there. So for what it's worth. But where did I build that? Here. If I go here and go Control Z enough times, there's what it looked like. You're not seeing it because you're not on the right page. This is J. So J. That's what it looks like with the straight one there. And then yeah, I tried that too. Did I leave the B intact? Yeah, I did. Okay, you're on the right screen here. I was looking for another example with this, with the curved swoosh there, but I haven't created one yet, so we'll ignore that for the moment. Here is the P that I don't like. Here is the B that I had. And I could revert to that B. It's a little squarer. But I wanted something that was consistent with the curves that I built on this thing. And I haven't figured that out yet. Haven't got it. Okay, back to here. Let us take the straight version that we have here, copy it, go back to my bits folder here, paste it. Excuse me. Paste it in and move it out of the way so I can grab it again if I need to. And yeah, that might be more consistent than the one with the curve. So we're going to go back here and start applying the straight one to things. Gonzo. And first contour. That should have fixed that. That B. File. Save. There, it did fix it. Oh, see, that curve doesn't look right there at all. Maybe instead of going like this, it needs to just swoosh left. I should try a third one. Go back down to bits and build it there. Fine, take the whole thing. Copy. Paste. Move it up here. What if instead it went, actually go right back to there, ignore that point. Could come down like that. Get rid of that one. Control Z. Don't get rid of that one. How do we do this? We need to add a point in. So that could go up to, that could come over like that. And then it should just be a curve straight up. You didn't just get it from me. They don't transmit electronically, at least not yet. So how we're going to do that? That curve is going to go 5 to there. If you got it, you didn't get it from me. That's it. Down to there like that. How does that look, maybe? Different curves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, zoom out. That's part of it. Plus. That go to there. The whole thing needs to come up. I am not slavishly hooked to the grid lines, but I do want to be consistent with them because that makes it easier to be consistent everywhere else. And then this one over here needs to come back a bit. And now when we look at these, we can say that's at 6 and it should be at 5. And that is at that should be down to there. And therefore that should be down to there. Yeah, I know it does. I know it does. That kind of goes like that. And then this is too abrupt. This is too much to be consistent with that one. Don't know if that's an improvement or not. Actually, it would be like that. But we have this one on the P. I will put this one on another letter that should have it. G. Gonzo. Boom. That might look really weird too. Okay, back over to preview and drop a G in after that. That looks odd. Back to here. Actually, I'm going to leave it on that because what I'm going to do is take that first, the bit on the right that I changed, and move it back and see if it looks better when the whole thing is extended more. Like that. That is not an improvement. The problem too is, see here, it's a thick line coming to a point where it joins. Because this is a thick line and this is a thick line, and the lines are all a consistent thickness. But when I come over here, I'm trying to have thick vertically, very thin horizontally with even curves to it. And this here is not achieving what I want. I really don't know what to do with it. This, I actually think I prefer to this in shape still. It does show me that this letter here, this, should be thin. And the top part should be higher. So, at least it's consistent that way. But this shape down here should be thick horizontally, same width as this here, and should have a thin serif at the bottom. I don't think I can make it narrow and have it look right either, although I guess I can try that since we're screwing around with one here. what happens if I take that point there, move it way to the right, like that? Does it look better? There. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe I drop it down, don't attach it at all, leave a little bit of a gap, like that. Probably bring the front part of that down even further. Where the hell's my mouse gone? There. So something like that. And maybe I could bring that back a bit. Adjust the curves because it's played havoc with those. Yeah. And if that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To be consistent, I should be sitting at 5. So that should go like that. Your cat approves? No, that's good where it was. So all of that needs to have more of a gap. Same width as serif like that. What do you think about the one on the right there? Ooh, there are now 3 of you. Bravo. Thank you very much. Oh, let me try a link here and see if it does anything. If you're interested in any of the fonts that I have created, that did not work at all. Wow. Okay. Forget that. What happened there? Now I have to go look. Why didn't it put that in chat? I could should have. That. Oh, it won't do it because we're on YouTube. That's probably it. Okay. Um, okay, that was really strange. It did weird things to my program. You like the one on the right better? I'm not happy with any of them, but I like that one the best. So we are going to say, what letter is that? That is G. We're going to go copy that sucker and stick it in bits. I find this a very useful way to do things. To have a sort of scratch pad glyph that I can delete later on. So let us apply that everywhere. First off, to this one. Gone. Control V. Needs to be lined up on the center, so to speak. really what you do is put center weight on center weight. So the weight of this one, because it's symmetrical, is right down the center. The center of this is probably right about here. So I want to line the center of that up with sort of visual weight and its opinion, really. That one's done, so we can flag that blue. She is done. We can flag that. Actually, let's use, we are on cyan. Let's use none. Hey. Gone. Paste. Probably in the right spot. Flag none. We moved over. Still don't know about that one either. But it didn't change the color. Flag none. Here. And yeah, I really don't quite like the way this is working either. Out there. Copy. Out there. You were just an experiment. Yeah, so delete that glyph. Okay. Saved. On paste. Oh, right. Probably about there. We're going to end up fine tuning all this stuff anyway. I am going to need more coffee. Okay, copy that position. Flag none. Good enough. Oh, I've left you all on the wrong screen. Like I said, I need another monitor. And I could project what I'm doing onto that monitor. Excuse me, and try and learn how to work that way. I don't know if I could do it actually. I can see width is going to be an issue on things here too. And I'm going to have to redesign some stuff entirely. I'll be right back. I'm going to make some more coffee. Please stick around. All three of you. Freshly equipped with coffee. Will hopefully help my brain a bit. Okay. The chat app from YouTube says there's nobody here at all, just me. The phone app from YouTube, which is amazingly behind on the stream, shows 3 people. So I don't know what the actual situation is here at all. I suppose I should make sure I have hard drive room just in case, but I should. Oh yeah, 300 gig free. No problem. Okay. So where am I really at in this process? What needs to be done next? Oh, there's another one there that's done. That's done next. About there. Okay. Is that all of them? Yes. Does it work? I don't know. Wow, that's really funny to see. I don't understand how the stream on my phone can be ages behind caught up. Unless it stopped streaming somehow. But I don't think it has. Oh well. I will check the VOD later. So that has not been adjusted. Excuse me. Talking too much. I spent so long trying to get these curves right. Such a royal pain in the butt. Then I realized, hang on, they're nowhere narrow enough there. Okay. Be correct there. We are back to the problem this here, and I think that I have to go here, copy this sucker, and go back in here and say goodbye to that because it doesn't look right. Delete, paste. There. Still off by some. The font software is forcing some tiny little margin in there, and I don't know why it's doing it. 0. So it's got like an offset there that it will throw in seemingly random values. Okay, so what is not consistent here? Back to the look I'm trying to emulate. Elements of, anyway, not the same, but elements of. And then go back here and say, what can I do to this to make it look more consistent with that? Okay, back over here. I'm looking at one specific letter here, and this here, which is the L. I think it actually needs to be extended so that these gaps are wider here. And then that's going to ripple through everything else if it works. So if I go to the R, the gap there is actually 3 wide. I think if I do that to the L, it's going to look really bizarre. But it does need to be a little wider. Try that over by 5. And same here. So spread out a little bit there. That might be a bit more balanced looking. It needs its, no, the A needs to have its right side bearing moved over like that. And the R needs the same thing, more side bearing, but probably is going to end up being current down the road. Okay, now I'm looking at the A again and saying, what I have here is a wrong page, a curve at the bottom and a curve at the top. And actually, rather than the A, I need to work on the I or the E. The I will do. In case I need to bring up word. I'm thinking about whether or not I could just straighten that out almost. Right now, that was brought over to there. This was brought up to this, brought up to there. I actually think that looks better. I'm okay with the bottom curve being bigger, but I think a subtle curve here works better. And that harkens back to something you were saying. Oh, are you? I just noticed that you are Ashkenazi. I use that because it has a vowel at the start. I use ligatures to create joined letters, so it has a digraph of sh and a consonant after that and a vowel after that. And then I just finish the word off. But the point is, it is a cluster of consonants and vowels in different relationships than just consonant vowel, which I also check too. But I want to see how things mash together, because sometimes you end up with really awkward looking combinations of glyphs when you don't watch it. Okay, so what I've done here is change the curve on the top of this, and I'm going to do the same thing with this on the A, because I like a curve to the flat like that. I will leave this bigger curve on the bottom. I don't think that needs to be, I think it's okay to have that, but I want to try and modify these so that they're the same. And that's a real simple change. So that's good too. Should be a real simple change. What have you done, program? Okay. Not on the right screen. Then we go to E, do the same thing. Pull that back. There. Move this over to the same spot. Move that up to there, and we have the same curve. And that one has a flat top on it there. So I don't need to fuss with that, but I could put the same curve in, I guess. Well, this is all out of alignment. Just slightly, but it's annoying when that happens. Now, also out of alignment. Just a hair, but enough to be annoying. Okay, this is you. So go back over here and type in KU. I think I'm going to try short serifs on either side of that, but not in the center, unless I widen it. I just widened the gap in something here. The L, right. Yeah, I think that needs to be wide too. So this is going to be really bizarre looking. Done. Actually, maybe it'll be okay. And we put some small serifs on there, length 4. That's what I did before. We're going to go in, clean that up because something didn't line up. Okay. Contour, remove overlap. Okay, that's good. So now if we go back to preview, that is the U with some serifs on it. That makes me wonder if I should put them on here too. Maybe point them in instead of out. Or do both. Okay. That, however, does mean that this needs to move further to the right. That. And this needs to go to the left more to be able to reach. Means that, okay. No, I'm going to do a pass on all the stuff that how it's spaced later. I won't do that now. We are going to be consistent about spacing. I don't know about that. The U with the serifs on the bottom there now kind of looks a little odd to me because you expect to see them on a line here. And now I want to add them in here to see what they look like and see if that screws everything up too. So we're going to go do the L. Square. Control A, contour, remove overlap, and boom. Now that has those there. Does it look worse? I don't think it does, but it now needs to be moved to the right on here so it doesn't have bits that stick left of the left sidebar. Sidebar? Can't remember what it's called. Okay, so that means this needs to be done here too then. Line everything up. And once we move everything apart, of course. Didn't quite click in the right spot. Control A, Contour, remove overlap. Obviously, the W is related to the U here, and could change that. It probably never comes up, but woo would look a little odd. And does because the spacing is off somewhere here. Actually, that's not a bad way to do the spacing. Set it to be try wah. These do have a problem in that they need to be they won't have a problem. That's overlap. That's actually more consistent. No, I know, I'm jumping all over the place. Eventually what happens is I run out of tiny little things that occurs to me to fix, and I can start looking just for inconsistencies. And then I make lists and go through them. Usually, not always. There's a reason Ashwati has 100 some odd iterations. Let's try way and we. Well, it's something other than W, but way, we. Okay, that worked. Actually, that's not a bad one to use. Cool. Cool. Okay, so that's all right at the moment. We're going to do that to L. Then I guess I need to do the same thing to M. Move this further apart. And serif that puppy. Rest of it lined up okay. Select all, contour, remove overlap. That is M. Go here, say MA. M needs to have its spacing reduced. And then it should all line up. And the fact that I've given the A extra spacing helps. And I should probably put a tiny little curve on these. Debatable. So I'm going to try it and we'll see how it looks. Right? No. Knife. Boom. Boom. So we're going to move that over to 2. Going to grab the Bezier. Going to back up again. And back to here. To curve. 1, 5. curve. I think a subtle little curve like that, only really visible at higher res on the font, will make a difference. I don't think it needs it in the center there the same way, although I could do a 1-point thing there. I think that's okay the way it is. Straight edges are all right, but I think it looks good on the outside edge or something like that. And that's kind of what I've done up. You're not looking at preview. So the very subtle curve here looks good. I don't think I need to do it in there. And that's kind of what I've done up here. And it's possibly what I might end up doing down here. Now, I really would like to be able to put a serif point down here and up here that's short and have the eye be the one with the longer thing, but I'm not sure that works. Maybe I need to put a hook down or something like that to make the eye more distinct. Not sure. And then we have E as well. Ah, A. A, my old friend, you are wrong. Why are you wrong? Did not raise that up to do. There. Yeah, I might need to redo the vowels. But see, I kind of like them here as solid shapes. Okay, if that one's been done and that one's been done, and the other ones need to be extended a little bit too. So, flag none. There. That leaves me with these ones that still need to be adjusted. Actually, you probably don't need to be adjusted. Oh yeah, it could be serifed. Okay. Okay, good, that adjusts. Flag none. You to have all this, all this, dragged by, and your margin auto correcting. Otherwise, you're 2, 2, 2, 2. That's good. This goes over 5. Center this. Margin autocorrect itself, which is nice. And that's all she wrote. Done. Oh. Guy's gonna have some curves put on them and get widened by much. Lots curve. That adjust. Okay. Exacto time. What did we do? We did 2 and 2, I think. I don't know. Oh, for God's sake. Now I have to join all these, but then I got to go check the other one to make sure it was 2 by 2 that I did. Oh, we're not on the right screen. You have not abandoned me. Thank you. On Twitch, I have multiple tools to tell me how many people there are online and who's watching and everything else. And on YouTube, I just don't have those things. And it is mildly infuriating because, I mean, I'll stream even if nobody's watching because somebody might show up. But it's nice to know if you're talking to somebody that you can expect that they might answer you because they read what you said. And it's hard to tell sometimes. This one I did. 2 by 2, yes. Okay. And what I'm working on is this one here. So yes, okay. Cursor to curve. To curve. To curve. To curve. No. What did you do there? Weird. Okay, those are not lined up right. That goes. That stays where it is. This goes to here. This goes to there. Weird. Stop changing things. Moving stuff around on me. I don't like. Hitting the wrong button too doesn't help. Okay. Oh, that one's wrong too. Okay, you. 1, 1 by 1. Here. Really wish the handles would snap to grid too. It's probably not a good idea for people that are actually professionally font designing because they'll want to have complete control over it. But for me, I'd kind of like it if everything just snapped to the position that I anticipated it would be in. I'd like it if this thing would stop adjusting stuff on me too. What is it doing up here? X. 0. Control Z. There. Now, let me line the friggin' things up properly. No, you're back to that again. There. Gonna play now? Nope. Moment I hit something there, it goes back to putting in some weird ass margin. That is really strange. Can I move all this over? Nope. It just keeps doing it. And it probably doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but it's irritating when I have some inconsistency here that I cannot figure out. I don't know why it's doing that, right? That's what's bugging. Okay. Oh. Go down here to this. Zoom out. Highlight that puppy. Bye. Can we move it over here without it springing back? We can. Hey. Except to move this. Oh, and that's janky too. It's gone and done something weird here. Sure. This would be there. That is TZH. So go over here and type. So same rounded corners there, so similar style there. Slight gap here, the same as this here. The intention is to be consistent with the widths on things. Means that I need to go up here, back to here, and go down here to you and it. Get rid of it, paste that in, then adjust it slightly. Oh, it's doing it too. Good. I'm gonna have to go through and figure out what that is. And then tools, transform, flip horizontally. That's where it should be. That's weird. Nope, we can't. Now we're gonna go the other way. Y minus 150. I don't get that. That adjusts that. Equals H. Take that off. Now I should be able to move these things. I think. That's what it is. So A. Doesn't have an equals H. Okay, so it isn't that. I am wrong. Hear me roar. Oh, that's the other thing I can do is I can go and take this shape here, copy, go to the few letters that have that over top. Might only be 2 of them. Rid of this. No, the whole thing. Thank you. Control V. Get upstairs. Tool or script tools transform, flip vertical, and then see what that looks like. Still not quite happy with that thing, but it's the same idea here. Curve over here. Do this. No. Do that. Go back over here. Go to this one. Here. Highlight that. Copy. Come back here. Control. And it's done. Paste back. Gonna need to be a different shape over top. When you look here, it looks kind of weird. Saved. Play with that in a minute too. Oh, the phone, she dies. That's loud. That might be a bit too abrupt. That's why. IA. Wondering if that should be a curve up or if the vertical part here should go down and then there'd just be the angle up and over, or if I should leave it the way it is, or if I should serif it. So we're going to start with serifing it and leaving that angle the way it is. And see if it just looks really weird. I expect it's going to look really weird, but I don't know. Control A, contour, move overlap. Actually, it doesn't look that bad. The preview. mean, the whole glyph might be kind of weird, but it's different at least. Now, F has a problem. F has this big void on the right-hand side here, but I don't want to confuse it with S. So if I make FAS, no, S, yeah. I don't want to get it confused with that, and maybe it needs a whole new form, but I think what I need to do is add a little bit here and here. They kind of extend up and down a little bit, and that might balance off the ridiculous size of that gap enough. So we're going to go back here, see what I'm doing. That is 3 wide. That would be from there to there. Extend it. That might look all right. There's the preview. I think if I put that in there and then I round some of the corners a little bit, it won't look too bad. I don't think it looks right the way it is. Control A, contour, remove overlap. And then bring out the butcher's knife. We'll round that corner there and there. No, this. Oh, what's it done? Gonna stay there now. Nope. Just up. Gescrewt. This is really kind of annoying because it's doing weird things seemingly at random because I don't understand how something works. And that's never good when you're trying to design something where you're trying to be so precise. Oh, too curve, my lad, too curve. That's joined. To line. Now make it a curve so I have the point. Thank you. Gonna stay now. Those should be the same size. And yet they're not, and then it goes back again. Save. The moment I make a change, it pops back in this magical 12 spacing. I don't get it. Weird, just weird. Okay, so now we can compare F and V. FAVA. I kind of like the bits on the left of the F for balance. So I'm going to keep that. And place this here. It's the same. It's adjusted the margin for me. Very helpful. And somehow broken this. Control Z. Give me the whole thing. Glyph. No. Contour. Join. There. F. Wide margin. Because the whole friggin' thing will copy. Actually going to go in here. Delete F. Make a new F. That didn't change anything. Weird. Something allowed me to set a default margin that matched H. When I go to H, it should have no margin on the left, 0, and it shouldn't be a problem. But somehow it's got a value. Oh, is it matching capital H maybe? There is no capital, so it should be 0. That's the margin. Move everything to the left. Does it stay? Hey, finally. Don't want to have to keep doing that with the ones that are jumping around. Now the margin on the V is wrong. On the A could be extended. Kerning is going to be a whole other problem. We can, however, go and fix R by doing the thing you are supposed to do, which is when you have a curved shape like this that is going to be next to horizontal, essentially horizontal shape, and you have consistent heights like this, with the curved shape, you need to go a little bit above and a little bit below in order for it to look balanced to the eye. Don't ask me why. But apparently this is the case. So I'm going to go up. Yeah, that might be enough. And down. And the same thing should happen with curved shape like this, I believe, but I'm not sure. So when you look there, that's been adjusted up just and down just the slightest bit, so that because it's so thin and it's curving away from the horizontals on, gesturing on the wrong thing. This curve here, because it is so far away at this point from here and there, you need to compensate by lowering this a little bit, raising this a little bit, or it won't look like it actually lined up. Now, I'm hyper aware of this. I'm not sure if this curve here needs to be compensated as well. And I can try that by just grabbing the top half of it, moving it up the same amount, seeing if that looks better. And I actually think it does. It's such a marginal difference that you don't really notice it, but I think it is noticeable in the end. But then we come somewhere like this, which is the letter B. We want to raise it up a hair and move it down a hair, and then try it out over here, which I realize you didn't see me do any of that. B still is not right. Still not right. I don't think it needs to have those changes made here. Yeah, I think it just screws with everything else. Save. Ah. This being K. Match G, which it does not. I have not adjusted the G. Boom. Move to the right. And move that. Then come down here. I have Gua. I really don't like now. Both of these need to be moved to line up now. And this one. Just that one moved. I got to come up with a different shape for the top though. M dot. M got expanded. So M dot needs expanded. And the dot needs to be moved. And Control Z didn't mean to move that. That there. Go back to there where it gets bumped right back out again. Stay there. I'll use that trick again. That is all the wrong width again. This needs to go back to there. That. And is that there? Does not have a thing. It needs to be adjusted to be wider, which means that be wider. That's probably good. Be good there on that one. good on that one. Oh, no, not that way. This. Well, why some of these values are jumping around? I haven't done that before. You're doing it too, are you? Maybe not. These have not been extended. Or Rift. Really wish the snap to grid would work at this level, but it doesn't very well time. Contour. Oh, I'm not showing you the screen again. I need a reminder that you can fire off in chat. Or a command that lets you switch it back if you want to. That's what I need. To figure out how to do some programming for. Okay, Control A. Copy. Border is set. Right side bearing is set there. Back here. Over here. Control A. Delete. Control V. I don't even know why I have this left. Not be necessary. Save. Done. That has not been adjusted. These all have. Flag none. With the understanding that these two are marked red because they need to be fixed somehow. There's wrong things happening there. That needs to be completely redone. This could be fixed by just dragging this crap out. Another 5. Very much like, I guess it's the Cyrillic ch, I think. Quite sure why there's 2 points there. There shouldn't be. Just be the one. Are you a point or just control? You're a control. Don't need you. You can slide right into that sucker. It can be moved over to here. That. There. Oh, those are not good. okay. Almost. Now, that could be serif. Be consistent. Means everything gets moved over when it's done. Control A, contour, remove overlap, and then this will need to go forward to the right, like that. Minus. And what is that? That is right bracket, right square bracket. Something not quite right about that either, but I haven't figured it out yet. And that is in two places, and I don't know why. But Control A, Control Copy. We will go replace the other one. Okay. Save. I'm getting pretty close to being done on this path, I think. Is that the period? Did I put a punctuation in? I did. That's wrong now. First off, it should have more space after it by default. Second, there should be a rule that says after a period, which should be moved to the left more. Maybe. After a period, that's going to look weird if you put a period before a vowel. What glyph is that by name? It is a period. I'm pretty sure it is. So we're going to go into the, I've been in there all day, features file. And down here, we're going to put up, look up punctuation, open curly, close curly, semicolon. And what's the rule going to be? Sub period is not replaced, so no tick. At all letters, tick by we have classes. We do have an issue, right? At initial semicolon. Let us compile that, see if it produces an error. No error. And now when you look at preview, what it's done is because I put a period in here, which is just this square at mid height, it changes the first thing after it to an initial consonant or vowel. Try that with a T as well. Yep. A, M. It still joins. It will still switch it to. Oh, no, it turned it to an isolated, which it should be. It's working perfectly. If I put that in there, doing it fine. It's just that the A initial here needs to have, no, that's fine. Needs to have more plus, 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 plus. Let me select the damn point. Minus. To have more overlap there, like that. There, you couldn't see what I was doing, but it was just adjusting the length of this here. Now there is an inconsistency. Save. We have one watching. Does it show me who it is? Does it just show me? Just shows me. Maybe I've been going on too long. Is there anybody out there that isn't showing up on the list? Believe me, I recognize how stultifyingly dull this is, and I've been doing it for 5 3/4 hours. Okay, not everything is done. There's more stuff to be done, but I recognize that I've done enough right now that I am burning out a little bit. So I will pick this up again at some point and probably stream that too until I'm done it. But I think I'm going to stop streaming now. So file, save font. There we go. Thank you to everybody who dropped by. I appreciate it. And I am going to call that done. Have a good day. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you picked something up from it. I really hope that I see you again next time. And have a great day. Bye. Stop streaming. Boom.